Alright, hello everybody. Good evening. Hopefully you're all ready for some LSD. This is a PlayStation 1 exclusive game that only came out in Japan. First thing I'm going to do is turn off the shake because that gets super obnoxious. If you've never seen this game before, well, get ready. Alright, so we're going to start the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So this is a 365-day speedrun. It's as long as it sounds. So the object of LSD is you're going through one of the employees from the company that developed and published this game, Asmic Ace, kept the dream journal for over a decade. And they took that journal of his dreams, real dreams, and they turned it into a video game. And that's what you're seeing here. So this game is based entirely on real-life events. Well, real-life dream events from one person in Japan. So the object of the game and how you advance it is, I need to advance a day by waking myself up. And you do that by falling into holes. Because when you fall in a dream, it ends your dream, right? So I got to do this 365 times. That's day one. However, the nice thing about this game visually is it changes day by day. Every time I boot back into another day, nothing is ever the same. The game changes over time, so graphics change, music changes. That right there was a text stream, so that actually counts as a day. Those are quite nice. If we can read Japanese, I'm sure they'd say very normal, not weird things at all. But for our purposes, we can't read them. So anytime I spawn in certain locations, you're going to see me immediately walk into a wall. That means that that location does not have an immediate spot that is easy for me to end my dream. So here, for example, let's see. It's a little out of the way, but when you saw me fall into that pit earlier, that is the closest, or rather the only place, without glitching. Obviously, this is a glitchless marathon, so I won't be going for the risky glitches to kind of like fall underground and end the level. This right here is the only spot, and if I approach this slowly, because if you hit a sign, it'll actually warp me, rather than ending the dream when I fall in a hole. Everything is completely random, so I never quite know where a day is going to take me next. So it just kind of so happens that I keep spawning in that spot a couple days in a row. Here, I know I want to immediately leave because there's no way to end a dream fast. This is the #1 spawn location that I want. This is the pit. So the pit is nice because, well, it's a giant pit. And if you spawn out there, it's a really easy way to end a day. Sometimes you'll see floating elephants, sometimes you'll see running horses, sometimes you'll see other things at the pit. You're just going to have to watch and see. This is another nice spawn. This is just kind of in the middle of the nowhere with blocks. That's actually probably the best spawn you can get, but that is incredibly rare. And yeah, I hope you guys enjoy the sound of walking because this is the game for you. So I can look behind me as I did right there. There is an occurrence that can happen in the pit area that in my PB I actually spawned there 19 times in a row, which was insane. I don't know what causes that. The only thing that breaks it up are these text streams that you see here. So it would have kept doing it, spawning me there over and over, and it probably would have made my PB unbeatable. But eventually I got a text stream, and when you get a text stream, it resets you back to this starting house right here, every time. So it was kind of unfortunate, but 19 times in a row. We'll see how many I can get tonight. Okay, we got a pit spawn. I have to be very careful on my movement there, though. There's the floating elephant. I have to be very careful on my movement, because if you bump into anything in this game, if I would hit into that wall, it would have warped me, which would have been, you know, unfortunate, because I had the good spawn. I can also tell from sound cues sometimes where I'm going to spawn. Every area has several different versions of music that'll play. It's a little hard to keep track of. Honestly, I'm going to have to like get warmed up to it, because some of the tracks I forget what they sound like and where I'm going to spawn. But eventually I'll be able to take certain audio cues and know, like, okay, I know where I'm spawning right now. So yeah, as a speedrun, pretty straightforward. There's oh yeah, hold on. I can warp out of here real fast, but I want to give you guys a taste of that. Oh god, the amazing sound effects here. Yeah, so that's like the Toyland. There's nothing in there that'll kill me fast. So hopefully you enjoy watching me walk into walls for a while, because that's all you do in this game. Okay, so we're finally out in the overworld. Ooh, where is this? Let's see, this is... It can be really hard to tell where I am sometimes, like directionally. So I'm gonna take a chance and guess that the hole is gonna be this way. Okay, good, I got it. So here's the cliff. The overworld is pretty expansive. It connects all the different areas of the game in that outdoor area, and it can get very confusing. And it's only through experience and playing the game that I can kind of pinpoint where the heck I am. Just based on, like, very minor visual cues. Unfortunately, they keep spawning me in the cottage. Hello, Nightlight. Yeah, and if you guys ever have any questions about this game, feel free, because we're going to be here for a bit. This is going to be a very chill speedrun. Perfect speedrun to fall asleep to. I know it's a late night run. I know there's probably a lot of people out there like me that like to fall asleep to Twitch streams. Well, this is probably a good game for that. Now, as you see, this is the cottage I've been spawning in the whole time, but the game is changing. So you'll see the textures are changing. And, ooh, good spawn. That is the best spawn you can get right there. Instantly walk into a pit. So you'll see that graph there. You're probably wondering what's up with the graph. So depending on how you end a dream, the game will rank your previous dream, and they'll put a little blip on that graph. That's determined by things that you see, things that you do, the way you ended the dream. So in a way, it's quite random, because obviously you can't really 100% influence what you're going to see during a dream. So it's very hard for you to manipulate the placement of the blocks at the end there. The graph stores up to 100 dreams, so it'll only store up to 100 blocks on the graph. After 100, it'll start taking away old blocks that you've had on there. And this is... Ooh, that's unfortunate. That was a decent spawn that could have spawned me by the pit, but let's see where this takes me. I got a little over-anxious there. I mean, that's the risk you can take, actually. You can get a spawn location where it's like, alright, it's going to take me 30 seconds to get to the next drop. I could spawn into a wall and potentially save more time and get a more opportune spawn location, or I can just take the 30 seconds and take the safe route. Now, I am playing this on console, using an actual copy of the game on a PS2. So, the downside to this is, there is lag. There is lag in the console. Like, playing this legit on a console, there is slowdown. Emulator does not suffer from these problems, which is what almost everybody plays this on. I am the only person that runs this game on an actual disc copy of the game. There's one run on the PSP, and there's one run on the PS3, which are both without lag issues. But that's just me. Gotta play on the actual hardware. Have a good night, Joes. Thanks for stopping in. This is not made by one person, per se. The game is based on one person's dreams, but it was developed by, you know, an actual development team. How many people are on that team, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's not a one-man project. One-man project in terms of the vision of what it's based on. But the actual game itself was a group effort. So, the significant thing about that graph, as I was saying, is, and this is what's going to make the run quite exciting, somewhat, to watch over the course of the next couple hours. And I kind of hope it happens, like, for speed purposes, it is not ideal. Okay, where am I? We'll see if I can take... Sometimes it's a little hard to get my bearings. But yeah, the hole is going to be right over here. You can see the slowdown now, too. Like, when you hear my footsteps pick up, that's an audio cue for when there's no slowdown. Like, you can just hear the speed of footsteps and how they change. I am always running, so whenever you hear slow footsteps, that's just slowdown. But for the purposes of your enjoyment, there is an 11.5-minute unskippable cutscene. And that occurs by filling in 3 specific blocks on the graph. So there are 3 specific dream scenarios that would need to end. Ooh, we got the Ferris wheel. Alright, so you guys are going to get your first cutscene. I like taking the Ferris wheel death here, I guess we'll call it, because it's fairly fast to end the dream. You get to watch a cute little cutscene, and this will end the dream. It's faster, potentially, than running into walls and hoping for a better spawn near a pit. This is the only way in Toyland to end a dream fast. However, yeah, 11.5-minute unskippable cutscene filled with some of the most amazing cutscenes you're ever going to see on the PS1. If this is any indication, I'm sure you're in for a treat. And that is done by filling in the 2 eyes, and oh my goodness, wait, I think we actually have one of them filled in already, potentially. We'll see if we get it. I know if I get it when the blocks flash. So it wastes time, but in a way, I kind of hope it happens. Ooh, good spawn. Gotta make sure I don't hit those cones though, so we're gonna play it extra safe. And there we go. So when you see the eyes get filled in, then you know to start getting ready when both eyes are filled in. Where the... Oh. Wow. I've never seen a pure white screen before. That was interesting. That was a good spawn, though. So, runs of this game are separated into different categories because not everybody has it in them to spend over 4 hours sometimes. Speedrunning 365 days. We're going to take a warp here. The more popular categories are 10 days, 50 days, 100 days. Ooh, God, that, ooh. Yeah. That'll wake up all the sleeping lurkers, alright.
Do we have a minute?
Sure. Oh.
We got a $1.90 donation from Jaws77 saying, good luck, Pete, you're on the run. Let's have a great time on star. I'm assuming you know what he means, but I'm guessing if he stars it, you probably shouldn't be saying it either. So
I have no idea what he means by that, but thank you, Joes. Have
all
a
right.
good one. But then again, it is LSD. Oh, random cutscene. Here you guys go. I don't know what causes... I don't think anybody knows what causes cutscenes in this game. I don't ever recall getting this cutscene falling in that pit, so that's LSD for you. And these are unskippable. And yes, excellent couple brings up a perfect point in chat. In case you're wondering, no, I do not do drugs. Just throwing that out there, okay?
Monka TOS.
I just like playing really weird games. So that's the Dark Man. That's actually another category of the run where, like, he randomly appears around the game, the guy in the black trench coat. Oh, okay, hold on 1 second. Where is this? I should find a waterfall if I just run this way. Now, there is a glitch that can happen if I run along the seam of where water meets the land. I can actually clip, like during a normal PB attempt, I would actually run along the water and the land where they meet to try and clip myself through the ground and end a dream, you know, anywhere from 1 to 10 seconds earlier, but I won't be doing that for this, obviously. You can actually clip underground out in the outer worlds. Anywhere like a straight wall meets... Ooh, goodness gracious. Anywhere a straight wall meets the ground, if you have really precise movement, you can clip through the floor. However, the downside with that is if you screw it up, you're going to get warped, and you're probably going to waste more time than if you just went for a pit somewhere on the map. Toyland. We don't want anything to do with Toyland, unless we get spawned by the Ferris wheel. Right, so the Gray Man. Here we go. This is a very common spawn where you get spawned here, facing the opposite side of the pit. So the Gray Man just appears randomly throughout the game. I assume it's based on something in the journal about him seeing a dark man in a trench coat, so it's kind of creepy. He spawns behind you just randomly and in front of you randomly. But there is a category in this game for those of you that just want more RNG in your speedruns. Where the run ends when you find the Dark Man. So your run can end as instantly as like the first couple of days, or it can take you quite a while to find him, so... There's a lot of interesting categories for this game. Oh, there's the horses. So from here, it's just generally quicker to just run straight into the pit here. The thing about the Dark Man that makes it slightly interesting is that when you do find him, the screen flashes white. He resets the state of your dream. So if you remember earlier when I was mentioning how on the graph, it'll kind of rate your dream as a depressing dream, a happy dream, and it'll kind of like judge you based on how your dream went. If you run into the Dark Man, it'll actually reset the state of your dream. So it'll go back to the center of the graph. So that is probably the only way that you can somewhat manipulate where the point will be placed, but not exactly. It's just that when you run into the Dark Man, you know where the pointer is on the graph, and then if you end the dream immediately after that in like a happy place or something, then it'll go one way or the other towards a certain side of the graph. But even then, it's still, like, there's no way you can influence, really, where these dots are going to appear on the graph. It's just too random, too out of your control. Which makes the speedrun kind of stressful in a way when you go for PB attempts, because there was one time where I was going to have an amazing time, and on the 364th day, it gave me the unskippable 11.5-minute cutscene, essentially ending my run right there. But, you know, you gotta, if you're speedrunning LSD, you just gotta laugh it off at that point. Goodness. Okay, I think the cliff is this way. I hear the waterfall. It's gotta be this way. There we go. Oh no, that's the water you can't run on. That's okay. We're gonna get warped. Warped to... oh. Sometimes when you fall... you started on a skyscraper there. Sometimes when you fall off that skyscraper, it will warp you somewhere else, but in this instance, it kind of just decided not to and put me back here. I think that was a dead body laying in the street too, I'm not sure. The texture was kind of weird. Well, if you spawn, if your dream at any point, like this place here, I'm assuming because there's a lot of depressing imagery in this location that I was in just before there. That, as you can see, because I died there, or not died, I fell in that dream, it placed my dot in the downer section of the graph, because it's a very depressing area. So because I ended my dream in a depressing area, it was lower on the graph. Because there's a few scenes in that area of some not so pleasant things. Many of which won't be seen during the run because they're kind of out of the way. But yeah, it depends what you see, it depends what area you're placed in. So for example, if my dream only takes place in Toyland and I end my dream with the Ferris wheel, that's going to be an upper dream because, you know, it's happy. You're at the theme park, you're on a Ferris wheel. Gotta be careful positioning here. Don't want to touch those walls. right now we're hoping for the 11.5-minute cutscene, because not only is it a nice break, but I don't think you fully experience LSD until you've seen the cutscene. Okay, let's be careful this time not to walk on the water that I'm not supposed to walk on. So this one is walkable. Okay, there's the shark. The shark tells me... I think there's a cliff this way. As you can tell, walking on the overworld is quite the challenge sometimes. I gotta make sure that I'm also not gonna clip through the floor. If it happens, no big deal. Sometimes it's just out of your control. Okay, I think it's this way. There it is. Hello, Blade. Welcome. Yes, LSD is quite the experience. I mean, not gonna lie, it gets kind of repetitious watching it, but sometimes it can just be hard to take your eyes away from it. Even though you're seeing the same locations, the fact that the game is always changing up music and textures and just general things you see, like there's a double rainbow. We may never see it again for the whole run. Just random little things they change about it that keeps it interesting. Like, that dream there ended high on the dynamic scale. So, I guess because I saw the rainbows, it gave me a dynamic dream. And you see, this one, it was kind of uneventful because I spawned directly at the pit, so my dream meter didn't really move too much. It kind of stayed centered. Ooh, could we be on... Now, this is what you want to see for speed in this game. I want to keep spawning by the pit, so let's just hope that this keeps up for a while. All locations run? No, I don't think so. I'm just gonna stick to 3. Ooh, okay. I think we're in the pit loop. So this is 3. This is really good. This is what you want to see for fast runs of this game. Now this should keep repeating itself. How this happens is unknown. Fortunate. It would have kept repeating itself until you get a text stream, which is what I just got here. So there goes that. That ends that loop. Hopefully we'll get another one later in the run. See if I can break my old record of 19 in a row. And once again, anytime you get a text stream, you're always placed back in the cottage. Let's see, I might take this one. Let's see.
I do want to point out that after this run, I don't think anyone ever has a right to complain about game graphics anymore.
Yeah, this is quite the looker. But in the way I love it, it's just such a unique looking game. I should have just taken the warp, honestly. This is a little out of the way. I had to get my bearings too, because it can be a little hard to tell initially where you spawn in these areas. Which way you're facing, because there's no way to say, like, alright, you're facing north. I will say that there is an unavoidable glitch that could potentially happen later in the run that is actually kind of funny in a way. Because if I didn't mention it, none of you would probably even notice. So in a way, I hope it happens. It's thought to it's believed that this glitch occurs when you don't save the game for a very long time. It's happened to me once, where the game's textures, believe it or not, will get even more distorted than they already are. And everything will look really weird. It's kind of a fun glitch. It does have a bearing on the gameplay, though, because it'll end dreams... Ooh, we finally got this spawn. Okay. We're gonna go into the window. So if I spawn out here in the desert... Yes, this is a desert. It's just textured really strangely right now. I can go into this window here, and this will always warp me to a location where I can drop relatively fast. Right there. But how the glitch would affect speed for this game, and it did happen to be in my PB, is, let's just say I get lost in a dream. Normally dreams end after a few minutes of you not running into any walls or not falling in any pits. It'll just automatically end for you. Typically no longer than 10 minutes. But usually it's something like 3 or 4 minutes, something around that range. This glitch would cause it so that after 60 seconds have passed, it will always end my dream for me, which can be beneficial because sometimes I get into a bad cycle where I just can't find a quick pit, or I get lost on the overworld and can't find a pit quickly there. So the unavoidable glitch would put me in a state where dreams will end after a minute no matter what. Whether or not it'll happen, I don't know, I'll have to see. Like I said, I personally have no bearing on it. It's just kind of something that decides to happen or not. It was most likely because I didn't see any depressing imagery in the, they call it, downtown, or they actually call it Violence District. So it could be influenced by textures as well. So if I was in the Violence District, but it was displaying bright and colorful textures, that influences the mood of the area as well. Like I said, there's really, people have tried, like look at the floor now, we're in the Violence District, and there's eyeballs as textures on the ground. But then again, the walls are also super colorful, and yeah, I mean, yeah, no comments, honestly. Some of these textures, let's see where the dream ends up now, right? Like, okay, so it was like, kinda neutral to, who the hell, this is LSD, who the hell knows?
Monka TOS. I just saw that on the like 15 seconds stream, and the only thing I'm thinking is like, no.
Yeah, there's nothing in this game actually along those lines, so you don't gotta worry. If there is something, it's either super obscured or so pixelated it wouldn't even matter. Okay. So sometimes I can tell if I'm gonna get into the infinite loop here when I fall in that pit. There's sort of something that happens with the camera that kind of like acts really weird, that sometimes I'm like, okay, this has a chance of entering the infinite pit loop. Okay, where's this? UFOs. I don't know where this is. I mean, I have an idea where this is. Yeah, lots of visual markers for me to go off of, as you can see. Very easy to tell where I'm going. Okay, this is by Happy Town. That means there should be a pit. Should be a pit somewhere. Oh, there's the camels. So whenever I see the camels, I know if I sort of head in a northeastern direction, I will come to a cliff right over here. Thank you, camels. If you guys ever get lost in a desert, head northeast from the camels in the sky. Oh, here's a cutscene for you guys to enjoy. Nice water breaks. I don't like the talk during the cutscenes because I feel like there's a lot to think about the meaning of life during these parts. I'll let them sink in for people.
You can tell where most of the graphics went on this game.
Telling you, I'm hoping for that. Oh, another cutscene. Nice. This is one of my favorite cutscenes. Everybody watch this. And yes, that is apparently a glass of wine, is what we believe. Yep, these are the kind of speedruns you're gonna get at midnight. Yeah, I think there's just a small random chance that you'll always get a cutscene instead of like actually spawning into somewhere in the game. Because getting 2 cutscenes like that back to back, I am not sure I've ever had that happen to me. So there's the Dark Man apparently inside of a car. Oh, what the heck? Oh, I've never seen this before. Oh, that's the exciting thing about LSD. Sometimes you get something that happens that you've just never seen before. Unfortunately, it didn't end my dream, but that's new. There's been some documentation on this game where sometimes people have seen something like once or twice and then they've never seen it again and they don't know how to replicate it. Which makes this game exciting for like playing for long periods of time because like that, sometimes you just find something that you've never seen before. So we're back in the pit. The most common area to end dreams. Or, not the pit, it's, might as well be a pit, though. But that one location where they place me facing a tunnel, if I turn around, it'll always put me right into that drop. I think this is water that I cannot cross, or can I? I can, okay. Sometimes it's a little confusing as they change textures. There's certain water where if you touch it, it will warp you. And other water you can walk right across. Good spawn. So it's pretty obvious that something that always comes up whenever I stream LSD is people like to talk about their wonderful dreams. So if anybody in chat wants to share some of your strangest, or not even strangest, just like most memorable, safe for work dreams are, feel free. Ooh, I think we're in a pit loop. I think okay, this is 3 in a row. See how my luck holds up. Ugh, we got a cutscene. So that ends it, unfortunately. Man, I am not looking out on those pit loops. I start getting to 3, and then the 4th one always gets interrupted. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen this cutscene before. Oh no, I've seen this one. I remember that creepy guy.
Given that the game apparently does have a lot of uncertainty, if there's ever like some stuff that you've never seen before that just happens to be like very borderline on Twitch here, just let me know and I will just very quickly.
No, yeah, there's nothing.
The black color stores on top, you know, just quickly boop, gone.
No, yeah, there's
you
nothing
never
like
know.
that in the game.
You never
Unless
know.
it's going to be like a world's first discovery.
Yeah, it feels like this is the kind of game that just has like just something hidden.
There's a pretty decent document that someone put together, like putting together everything that you can kind of find in the game. And I looked through that before, and there's definitely nothing in there.
Alright.
Similarian's always had dreams that people are in his house. Then he wakes up and still feels their presence. Oof, man, that is kind of creepy. I don't have those kind of dreams, thank God. Okay, so we got the pit spawn. It's going to be very common. You're going to see me fall into this pit. You're going to get very familiar with that pink elephant. So you're probably wondering, like, what makes this an interesting speedrun, because it seems like all I'm doing is just praying to the RNG gods and hoping to get placed by a pit, which is true. But at the same time, It's about quick reaction. It's about recognizing, like when I get placed on the world map, recognizing where I am, quickly recognizing where I am, and being able to find my way without any sort of in-game direction, kind of just feeling out where I am, taking audio cues, being able to react to audio cues to kind of figure out the area that I'm going to be spawning in. And also movement is pretty important in this game, because like I said before, I don't want to be touching anything. Objects, walls, touching anything will warp me when I don't want to be warped. And the controls in this game are not... they're not the best, I'll tell you that. They're very rigid. Another cutscene for you guys. Blade X used to have a nightmare. They'd be standing in the middle of a flat desert, and the sand would start vibrating, moving like it was sitting on a giant drum skin. Ooh. And then there was always a loud buzzing. Then I would drown in it. Oh man, that's also pretty scary. I mean, there is a desert in this game, so you're not alone with dreams about the desert. Apparently that's pretty common. You know, it was weird when I first started running this game. I had commented on how I hadn't had a dream in quite a long time, and what do you know, that night after playing LSD I had a dream. Couldn't tell you what the heck it was now, because we all know how dreams work, but yeah, kind of crazy how this game will work your mind like that. Yeah, now this area is back to the normal. This is the normal look for the violence district. This is how it's supposed to look. So let's see where this place is on our graph. Almost direct in the center, so at this point I'm done trying to figure out how LSD works in terms of rating your dream. Maybe because it was a normal skin, like I didn't see anything depressing. The textures were normal, so maybe it thought I was having a normal dream. Maybe we'll go with that. Lukewarm lickings. Always had a reoccurring dream where I'd be on the beach and there would be giant skyscraper, high waves, endlessly washing over the beach and everything behind it, so I'd always dive through them. That sounds like a fun dream almost. Actually, that sounds kind of scary when you think about it. You're on the... If I saw skyscraper-sized waves coming at me at a beach, I'd be kind of terrified. I don't know about you guys, but just the thought of seeing a tsunami coming towards me, that is... There's not much else out there that would scare the heck out of me. Like, that is just frightening. Blade says they forgot about their desert dream until they saw it in the game. See? LSD, reminding you guys of dreams that you haven't remembered in years. I mean, the unfortunate thing about the speedrun for this game is you don't really get to see... You don't really get to see 100% what LSD has to offer, because places like the Toy Zone and Kyoto... Kyoto is really fun to explore casually when you play this game. But there's just no quick way to end dreams in those places. So I try to exit them as fast as possible, which is really unfortunate because there's so much to see and do in LSD. Like, the speedrun for this game is not 100% representative of what this game truly is. The game is not meant to be played like it is in the speedrun. You're not supposed to speed through this game. It's more of a play at your own pace, experimental exploration game. You're not supposed to try and end your dreams as fast as possible, but it does make for a different experience. Okay, we went for the speed there. I risked it. Normally I slow down to make sure I don't hit into signs there. Alright, here comes George now. With the dreams that were ooh, what the? Alright, and he's gone. It's just some random sailor hanging out there. I don't think I've seen him before. George has a lot of depressing dreams. He dreamed about walking on a street. Hold on, let me just get my bearings here. Go. Dreams about walking on a street at night and having a heart attack. Oh boy. Collapse with a sideways vision and some creepy guy leaning in close to you, and then you jolted up. Ooh. Luckily, most of my dreams have not been scary ones like that. But that's the thing about a lot of my dreams. It's hard to recall vividly outside of a few of them. Like, I used to watch a lot of horror movies when I was younger, so I used to have a lot of dreams about monsters. Like zombies invading my house and trying to hide from zombies and stuff like that. Fun stuff. Yeah, so this is where I'm spawning into Kyoto here. But you're never going to get to see much of Kyoto unless I get a really beneficial spawn. And this is Happy Town, which you're also not going to see unless I spawn by the Ferris wheel. Kyoto has a lot of cool things, but there are no pits in Kyoto, so... Okay, so this is... Okay, I know where I am. So if I hang right here, if I just hug this right wall, I'll come to a pit. And that's the thing that makes this still interesting as a speedrun, is immediately recognizing where I am using very minimal graphical cues and being able to get to the nearest pit. A lot of the times you're having a dream riding a scooter and you fall over. This is a really creepy cutscene, by the way. There's just something about the way this is filmed and the music of choice. Yeah, so you wake up when you fall off a scooter. See, that's the sensation of falling wakes you up from your dreams. Lady with a cat had a reoccurring dream where they'd be talking to someone, then start feeling a weird stinging feeling in your throat. Assume that once I get a different spawn here. Okay. Sure, I'll take whatever the hell that was. I think those are flowers. Okay, this is fine. No one notices the look of discomfort in their face. Even when glass starts to come out of your... Oh my goodness, glass starts to come out of your mouth. Person starts to get angry with you because you're not talking and supposedly ignoring them. Some nights they start grinning and laughing, other nights they just leave. Ooh. See, I think that feeling of glass in your mouth is the sensation that a lot of people get where they want to talk or scream in a dream, but you can't, and it feels like your mouth... Like, when that happens to me, it doesn't feel like glass is stuffed in my mouth. It feels like my mouth is, like, stuffed with cotton. Well, that's a different texture. I was a little confused where I was there for a second. I don't think this is a texture we've had yet tonight. Let's see where this places me on the dream graph. That looks like a happy texture, right? Ooh, that was a really upper dream. Look at that. The highest echelon. So apparently they thought that was a super happy dream. Feels like I'm watching like Nickelodeon Rugrats when I hear this song, seriously. Kyoto. I would highly recommend, though, for those of you that do emulate, to give this game a try casually. It's definitely a game to play with a group of friends, have some fun, laugh about it. I say emulate because, well, to play the game legit, you need a Japanese console, or you can download it on Japanese PSN on PS3 if you're into that kind of thing. But if you're looking for a physical copy of this game, it's going to cost you upwards of $500 for a real copy. So that's why I say, just emulate it. Do whatever's in your means to play it. I hear the waterfall, I'm not exactly sure where it is. Okay, the waterfall is gone. There we go. I try and listen for the waterfall because that kind of tells me where the cliff is. Somewhat. Good spawn. So you're probably wondering, why do I choose to do the 365-day run? Day 69, by the way.
Nice.
Oh, good. And day 69, we got the lion. Ooh, and I got the fast end on the lion. Normally the lion looks at me and it's all creepy. That's actually the first lion that we've had to end a dream, so... Good. So I do 365 days because it used to be believed that there's no ending to this game. But eventually somebody worked themselves to play through 365 days and found out that there is indeed a cutscene that is exclusive to playing through 365 days. You only get this cutscene after beating the 365th day. The game then just starts looping again. You go back to day 1 or day 0 after day 365, but that is the closest thing that you can find to an ending. Oops. There we go. I was trying to fancy camera trick there. Gotta hold down to walk forward. It's kind of disorienting. So you will see that cutscene. I used to hype it up and tell people it's something you don't want to miss, but I'll tell you, if you're staying up to see the cutscene, you can go to sleep. I mean, it's interesting because it is exclusive to beating 365 days, but I don't want to hype it up to be this big grand thing, but you'll have to wait and see.
Do we have a minute?
Sure.
So, while this game may be full of dreams, what's not a dream is puppies being left on the street. So, quick little plug to what we were actually running for, since I haven't plugged this in a while. Unless there's something important coming up, which you wanted to explain.
There's nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah, if there's anything you want to fill,
all right.
This is the game.
Just interrupt me if something very interesting happens. So we are running for Go Rescue, which is a newly established kill shelter. No kill shelter. Big difference there. No kill shelter in New York. Established because all the no kill shelters in that area actually had, general area, had to close down, which means I think the reality of that situation is probably pretty easy to work out. So that's why that no kill shelter was established. And if you like seeing dogs and potentially future other animals find a nice new home, then you can type !donate in the chat to get a link for the donation link. And you can type !incentives to find out what you can actually put your money on, because we have a lot of incentives still up.
Let's see, we had another dream instance. BladeX says, when they take NyQuil, They often get a dream where they're driving in their car, but for some reason they're sitting in the backseat stretching to reach the pedals, but nothing works. Steering is useless. The brake takes 5 minutes to stop, and you crash over and over. A NyQuil-sponsored dream, huh? I actually had to take NyQuil for the first time in so many years, because I'm actually just getting over a really bad cold. I was really hoping and praying, because I'm like, oh my god. Please don't let me do an LSD speedrun, deathly sick. But thankfully it kind of cleared up for the most part today, so. But yeah, I was taking NyQuil to help me get to sleep. No dreams from NyQuil, though. Maybe because I tried to take as little as possible. Alright, so we're still looking for those 2 eyes to be filled in. We're hoping, get excited when you see the eyes get filled in on the graph there, because that means we're one step closer to 11.5 minutes of unskippable amazingness in LSD. Nothing but cutscenes. It also means that it'll kill my chance of a PB. There's a chance that I can PB if I don't get the cutscenes, because I've been really unlucky with that lately. It's a completely normal texture. I should also note that there is a book and a music CD for this game. So if you're looking for more lore on LSD, there is a book that chronicles the dreams of this one person even more in depth than the game itself. I'm assuming that the quotes that show up in this game are from the book. And if you like the music in this game, well, get the soundtrack. A physical copy of the game actually comes with a music CD as well. Or like an audio thing of some sort. I've never actually popped it into a CD player. This area here is quite notorious. When you play this on Emulator, this area runs nice and smooth, there's no slowdown, but on console it is super, super laggy coming out of that tunnel. It loses quite a bit of time, actually. What's that documentary on Netflix? Anybody in chat know? It's called, like, The Nightmare or something. The one that talks about night terrors. Where the heck? Oh, geez, I was in the house. I thought I was in the downstairs. Okay. I've heard that if you watch that documentary, if you've never had night terrors, and you watch that documentary, you can start having night terrors. You know, the dreams where, like, you feel like somebody's watching you or grabbing you in your sleep and you wake up and you're still sort of like, you have this sleep paralysis where it still feels like somebody's watching you. God, I just can't imagine. Must be crazy. Oh! Another one of the best cutscenes in the game. Everybody say hello to the goldfish. Almost hit the wall there. Okay, so we're approaching the 100th day, which means that it's going to start erasing and replacing points on my graph with new points. So, still hoping to get some of those eyes filled in. If I see the Dark Man, I'm going to go for him because he He has a higher chance of giving me one of those points because he resets the dream meter to neutral, which is closer to the eyes. If I see him, I will go out of my way to try and have him reset my dream state. Just skating around them. I like how Twitch actually lists this game under the horror genre. It's interesting. I mean, I suppose it could be thought of as a horror game. There are quite a few things in here that are pretty disturbing. Kyoto, nope. Kyoto is really fun to explore. It's unfortunate we just bypass it. Toyland I can, or Happy Town rather, I can definitely do without exploring because the sound effects there are absolutely obnoxious. It's not good sleeping material either. Oh my goodness. I'm getting all the blocks but the eyes. We'll get them eventually. So there's some really disturbing things you can see here. Like there's actually dismembered limbs and a garbage trash can like behind one of the buildings here, which you will never see in the run because it's just way too far out of the way. There's hanging people. There's dead people that you can see. Probably the most disturbing thing is sometimes you spawn on top of a skyscraper, and in that area where you jump off the skyscraper, there's like dead bodies laying at the bottom of the skyscrapers. Like there's some really happy stuff going on in this game sometimes. You guys haven't seen one of my favorite areas yet, though. There's a certain spawn location with some really creepy little characters that dance around. We may or may not see them. It depends if the game spawns me by them. It's a fairly rare spawn, though, so I can't guarantee it, but we'll see. There's some fun things that can still come up. I've never had a crash playing this game, no. I do play it on fast disk speed, which always worries me with playing a PS1 game on fast disk speed, because certain games take to that more harshly than others. Oh, man, I think that was a spawn I should have taken. Unfortunate. Oh. But yeah, I've never had a crash in this, but not saying it can't happen. Water. Okay. There we go. Trying to get my bearings there. The one nice thing is, though, showing off a non-emulated version. Ooh, we're by the lions. There they are. Hopefully they'll look at me this time. Nope. That's fine, though, because that's actually a faster way to end the dream. If you watch an emulated run of this, any water that you see in emulated gameplay flashes, so people that have, like, epilepsy or something, it can be kind of harsh. because it's a really bright flash. So thankfully that doesn't happen. Console. You guys haven't seen the rainbow lions yet. You can't go to sleep until you see the rainbow lions. I'm hoping that we'll get that. It's not common. We can go through a whole run without seeing them, but sometimes we can get some really colorful lines. Alright, we're approaching day 100 hype. Time we got one rainbow that was rotating and then disappeared. Let's see where this is. It should... Oh, apparently a dynamic dream. Okay. Guess because the rainbow is rotating, it's dynamic. I don't know. I stopped questioning this game's theory on how it decides how your dreams were. I mean, that makes sense there, because that was a really neutral dream. Ooh, we might be in a loop here. This is 2. This is what we want to see. See, and it's not random where the graph is, because that dream ended the exact same way as the previous, and I got the same exact dot placement. Ooh, okay, we're in a loop. Alright. Pray for no cutscenes, pray for no text streams, because this can go on as long as we want. It's up to the game to decide how long. So this is what? That was 3? That was 3. This is 4. If I can figure out what causes the game to put you into an infinite loop like this, spawning directly by the pit, it would break this game wide open. Like, it wouldn't even be a fun speedrun anymore. Oh my god. Got a text stream. Jinxed it. Of course. That's okay, though. I'll take them. We still got 4 quick dreams. But if somebody can figure out what causes you to constantly spawn right in that same spot by the pit, it would pretty much make this speedrun no longer enjoyable, so in a way I hope that doesn't happen. It would make it stupid fast, but also stupid boring, because then all you'd be doing is just trying to manipulate to get that spawn. And I am certain there is a rhyme and reason to it. I honestly don't even want to try and figure it out, because at that point, the run for this game is just dead. Crystal. Oh boy. We are not by... We are not by a pit. Let's see if I go this way. I think this places me... I think I know where I am. It should bring me to the desert with the big mountains, I think. Oh boy. Wait. Yeah, this is in the desert, and then the window will be over here. Window, where are you? Should be right up there. That was day 100, right? Or day 99? Alright, day 100, here we go. I should also note that, for those that are wondering how glitchy this game is, it's actually not as glitchy as you would think. There is a major glitch that you can do to force yourself out of bounds by using a camera manipulation when you're up against a flat wall, which can be fun because you can get out of bounds in quite a few places. However, getting out of bounds doesn't always lead to much in this game. It's just kind of for the fun of it. But despite how this game looks, it's really not as glitchy as you would think from kind of just first impressions.
That's what the government wants you to believe.
That's an interesting spawn. Not every day you get placed up there. You know what's really creepy about that construction vehicle there? Next time I go to it, the window has a crack in it, so maybe that implies that the person inside was shot, or maybe it implies that the hook that they were dangling, like, swung and crashed into the window. There's a lot of little details in this game that, if you're paying attention, can be a little scary sometimes. So the last time I had this texture in the Violence District, it gave me an upper dream. So let's see what happens this time. And that time it was a downer, so you know what? I have no idea. I have no idea how they determine what the heck kind of dream you have. Like, sometimes it makes sense. You're like, okay, that makes sense. I had that kind of dream because I saw this or I did that. Other times, I can't tell you. Like I said, kind of impossible to influence the graph. There he is. Okay, I always look for that big stone face mountain to tell me the direction of the window. That music scared me a little because it almost sounded like my game was stuttering. Still haven't filled in the eyeballs. That's when we need to get hyped. I want the cutscenes for you guys so bad. Because if you find cutscenes like this exciting, just you wait. Because I'm pretty certain we already have one of the dots filled in. We just need the 2 eyes. However, you gotta remember, like I said earlier, once you bypass 100 days, it's gonna start taking away dots I've filled in because it only has the memory to store data, or like the history of the last 100. So we pretty much just gotta get lucky. So every new graph dot I fill in, take away from an old one. There, okay. I was gonna say, I think there's a cliff right over here. It's a good thing I chose to turn left, because if I would have turned right, it would have put me on a wild goose chase around a mountain. Okay, we're in the desert. This one is really hard to see, though. My goodness. Oh my god. Okay, there's the wall. I'm gonna try and walk closer to the wall because it's less lag. Okay, there's the stone face guy, I think, right above me, so that means the window should be up here. Window? Oh man, this one is really hard to see. I think this is it. There it is. Oh, definitely this game. What else would you expect to see at this time of night, right? It's the best kind of run. It's the walk into walls and fall in the pit simulator. Sometimes I can hold down L1, which turns my camera around, and then hold down. Just a faster movement rather than manually turning around to go in that pit, but sometimes it doesn't align right. Good spawn. Ooh. Please place me in the loop. That is a spawn look. Oh, we got one of the eyes. Okay, everybody. I think we only need one more eye for the 11.5-minute cutscene extravaganza. So go get your popcorn bags. Start popping them now, just in case. You gotta be ready. Ooh, I think we're in a loop, hopefully. I mean, this wasn't... Ooh, it just... Okay, see that? Got the eye again. So that exact spawn there, now I know what one of the eye spawns is. Okay, no loop, unfortunately. Because I think the third square is the nose, but I think we already have the nose kind of filled in. So I think we just need one more block. See, when I was trying to think of donation incentives for this game, I was gonna do one for like, if the cutscenes didn't play, we'll watch them. But it's like it's so random. It's like, how could you do a donation incentive for something that I could or potentially could not get during a run? It's kind of rough. So I just chose not to do a donation incentive. However, we gotta hope that the block that is filled in doesn't get unfilled as time goes on. See, this is just a preview of what to expect. Some of the cutscenes that are in the cutscene extravaganza have already been shown, but there's still a lot of amazing little goodies that you have yet to see. Ooh, no music. Creepy. Not often that you hear this game take a moment of silence. So that spawn that I had right there outside that building is where it spawns me, sort of like in that corridor that looks like a little home. The place where it always spawns me after a tech stream. That is the house there. Everything in this game, this is actually this is a very open world game, like a very early open world game, I should say. Everything in this game is connected. You can reach... Every place that I'm spawning is connected to one another, except for certain areas that you can only reach by warping into things. But everything is connected, and it is a pretty expansive world. The different towns and villages that you can visit are all quite gigantic in some cases. So it's pretty impressive, the scope and scale of this game. There's actually a hidden map here too in the game that you can find. You have to go way out of your way to get it. Quite difficult to find, actually. But if you decide to play this casually and you find it hard to navigate, you should go seek out the map. It's in the outer overworld. Somewhere, I won't tell you where, though. Okay, there's the camels. The camels tell me there's a cliff right over here. Oh, actually, I saw that from the wrong direction. Yep, okay, so the cliff is this way. Come on, I swear. I also really want the cutscene extravaganza too, because it's one of those things where when people join the stream and they're just gonna join during these random cutscenes, they're gonna be like, what in the actual heck am I watching? And that's what I look forward to the most. Wasn't exactly sure where I was there. Check my surroundings first. Come on, get in there. I'd like to see if there's a website or something that translates these scenes, but sadly, I don't think there is. I don't think there's a dedicated enough LSD fanbase for that. Ooh, a double tech stream. I mean, I'm not complaining. These are arguably pretty good to get. Oh, no, it's not on the scale of, like, Daggerfall or Morrowind, but in terms of, like, console games, open worlds, it's pretty large for its time in terms of, like, a freely explorable area. There's one game on the PS1 that would probably rival it, though. I don't know if any of you have heard of the game. I think it's called Germs. Another super obscure, super rare PS1 game that had a open world design to it with a in-game clock, a day-night system, quests. It was sort of like a first-person Grand Theft Auto set in Japan. Completely unplayable if you don't know Japanese, but a fascinating game to check out if you're interested in incredibly ahead of their time games on the PS1.
Do we have a minute?
Yep, anytime you want to interject, feel free.
We have a $5 donation from Real Proto Mike, unfortunately without a comment, so if you'd like to let us know where you want that to go in terms of incentives, then just DM me on the Discord. And thanks again for the donation.
Or you can let them know in the chat too, Mike, if you're not in the Discord. I don't know if someone wants to post the incentive link in chat for him. But yeah, if any of you guys decide to donate, there's little incentives you can put your money towards. So if there's something that you want to see in a particular run coming up, oh my god, the like here is horrible. Just something to put the money towards. Help out another runner. So we'll know that we got the cutscene extravaganza when the blocks that are required are filled in, they'll actually flash. So that's how you know when to get hyped. Man, the lions tonight have not been very friendly. Normally they look towards me and they growl and end my dream that way, but tonight they've just been giving me their backside. Giant fish. Let's run towards the giant fish, shall we? Like I said, you never know what you're going to see in LSD. There we go. There are some really creepy things in Kyoto. I'm telling you guys, like, if you're interested in this game, you should at least go on YouTube and watch a highlight video or something. Like, look at this. I'm gonna waste some time just to show you some of the things you're missing out on in this game. Like, oh no, get away from me! Oh jeez. Okay, yeah, I don't want him warping me somewhere because wherever it was gonna be is definitely gonna be slower than going in this tunnel. But yeah, just to give you an example of some of the things that might be bypassed in the speedrun that you'd see in casual playthroughs. For example, I may show you the really creepy demon that comes out of the pits in this area, but I'd have to get a particular spawn to show that off. It's really out of the way, so they'd have to spawn me right by it for it to be worthwhile. So, there's an unofficial remake of this game, yes. It's called LSD Revamped. However, I will tell you, I think it's a demake, honestly. And I don't say that in like a snobbish way because I'm super attached to this one or anything, but watching gameplay of it, it's just not LSD. The charm of this game is the crudeness of the graphics and just how janky the whole thing looks, whereas the revamped version is just so lifeless, I guess is the best way to put it. So yeah, if you're interested in playing this game, that is another way of doing it, is playing LSD Revamped, which I don't know if that's, I don't know where you would find it. I don't know if that's on Steam. I don't think so. I'm not sure. But that is an alternative. I would not recommend it, though. It's not really the same game. I mean, it is the game, but it's not really LSD. However, it's just another affordable way to play it. Yeah, I mean, not saying that you shouldn't be excited for it. You could still check it out. Ooh, Ferris wheel. Alright, we're gonna ride the Ferris wheel again. This is the only spawn in Happy Town that is beneficial. Because I will take a cutscene that takes 30 seconds rather than chancing running into a wall and not getting a good spawn again. We're running out of time, though. Every one of these days that goes by is one more chance that it's going to take away the dot that we need on the mouth/nose. We have to get 3 specific blocks within the span of 100 days. I was looking at a block there, though. Unless it is a specific block there that I saw on the chart that I haven't got. I can't remember the exact position. I know the eyes are 100%. Okay, let me take Darkman. Unless this guy shoots me. Let's see where he warps me. Okay. That is definitely not a warp that I want. There we go. See that, like, one... See where I just had that block there? There looks like there's a block directly above that one. I can't remember if that's the one I need. We'll find out, I guess. Spawn always confuses me. I gotta remember to start looking left. It tends to place me in a way that looking left would be faster, but for some reason I always look right first. See, I got that dot again. The one right above that. Could be the dot I need. Can't confirm that, though. Yeah, so it's something I was discussing earlier with the placement of the blocks. I'd like to think of it as completely random and out of your control, because for the most part, that's how it is. The game, the way it's supposed to work, is depending on what you see in a dream and how your dream ends influences where that block shows up. So running into the Darkman there, that just reset my dream meter back to the neutral position in the middle. That is the only thing that is confirmed in this game, like for something that people know affects the dream meter, is running into the Darkman. But otherwise, I mean, I've been trying to dissect it every time I play through this game, like trying to reason, okay, like where I think the dream meter will be. Like this one here, in the past, has given me a downer dream. And this time it decides it was a dynamic upper dream. However, that could be consistent, because when I tend to get a certain texture set in that area where I just fell, a happy texture set, it does influence it as an upper dream. But there was a time where I got a downer dream when I can't explain it, it's just... Let's just say that it's 75% random, 25% based on things that you actually do in the game. Maybe that's the best way of putting it. That's what it seems. Though it is consistent, because if you pay attention, if I get a dream that ends in the exact same way as the previous one, it will place the block in the exact same spot as the previous one. So it's not like it's completely random. It does really keep track of how your dream ends. It's just a matter of figuring it out. For example, there are ways certain objects in this game have a higher likelihood of spawning you into certain locations than others. Certain things or walls that you walk into will never take you to a certain place, whereas other things that you walk into have a chance of taking you there. So there are ways to kind of manipulate where you're going to be in the game to the more beneficial areas. But it's never truly 100%, except for certain objects. Like this here, 100% is always going to take me to here. No exceptions. And eventually, if I run far enough, I fall. Oh. The sounds of non-laggy gameplay. Oh man, I might just... I guess we'll run to the pitfall. This is a bad spawn for this area because it's so far away from where I need to be. But, you know, that's the decision making that I have to make. Do I take the time to make the long run across this road? Or do I run into a wall and try and get a better spawn that's like right next to a pit? Those are the chances I have to take. For me, I'm more of a play it safe kind of person. I like to, if I spawn in a place with a pit, and if it's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds out of the way, I'll run those 30 to 45 seconds. Because I know I'm at least gonna fall. Do any of you here keep a book of your dreams? You can be the next developer for a game like LSD. It's a very fascinating thing to think about, right? Something I wish I had thought about long ago. Seems like something that would be... Oh, here's that scene again where the world rotates. I think what happens there is you get shot by the guy that has the gun. Let's see if it spawns me in the same spot as last time. It does. Ooh, wow. Oh, that's interesting. I may need to try and get shot by that guy with the gun more often. If that has a chance of placing me there where I'm right next to a cliff, that's pretty good. Because last time it spawned me in that room, but it didn't spawn me in that spot there, which allows me to fall off a cliff. But just imagine keeping a journal of your dreams for 10 years. I wish I had thought to do something like that. That would be fascinating to look back on later in life. Which, if you're just joining us now, that's what this game is based on, by the way. This game is based on one man's dream diary that he kept for over a decade. They took the ideas... He's part of the development team. They took his dream journal, and they made it into a game. So everything you see in this game is based on someone's dreams. Good spawn. Oh, no, I thought I was next to a cliff. I was on a bridge. But I still got another good spawn out of that, though. Not terrible. I'd like to think that the pink elephant is the mascot of this game. It's probably the one object that you see the most out of anything. Once again, I spawn here, and I should look left, but instead I look right. I'd also be really curious to know what all the Japanese says on the walls and floors of this game. I'd like to think that it's lines of the dialogue taken from the book. Or, for example, what we're seeing right here. Quotes and stuff.
Quirks and stuff.
So close to that highball. Like, I'm killing my chance of a PB for the sake of showing that. It's so annoying that it's completely out of my control, though. We're at the mercy of the game. Day 150, almost at the halfway mark. I mean, I was thinking of submitting... I can't even remember if I submitted shorter categories for this game. But I thought to myself, if people are going to experience LSD, it's just... Sure, you can do the game justice by running 50 days, but like... I don't think you've experienced LSD until you've seen 365 days. Hours of LSD. Seeing all the different textures and scenarios. Like, look at this texture. We've never seen this. Plus, it feels weird because anything under 365 is... Wow, that was a really... Wow, that must be a really random scenario. That actually put me off the grid. Wow. I'm not sure I've ever had that before. But yeah, the only way to get the true ending for this game is 365 days. So to me, it feels kind of weird running 50 days and being like, all right, we're cutting the run short. We're just gonna stop it before the game's even done. Makes sense though, because 365 days, that is a long run. Oh, I'm thankful that it makes sense to put it in a late night slot here. We're not going to be seeing primetime LSD anytime soon.
I just want to point out that while the slot itself may be late night, this definitely does not feel like a graveyard shift. All the runs, I just want to give this props. All the runs that I've had in my blocks so far, all the runners have been killing it with commentary. Like, I actually slightly looked at this game like before, and like I was like, how do you commentate this for 4 hours? And
Trying my best.
we found our solution. Like, also again, like huge shoutouts to like everyone I've had in my blog so far. Like TGH almost world recording with an any percent less run. Everyone killing it with commentary. Short, like fast action paced runs. You guys are the men and the ladies.
Yeah, it worried me, because I knew it was going to be late at night. Oh, what am I doing? Gotta run into a wall. Especially if, you know, I knew that chat wouldn't be bumping in an hour like this, because a lot of people like to lurk and sleep during late night streams like this. So, but, you know, I have confidence. I've done several streams of this game where, you know, just commentate for hours on end on a game that's just about falling off a cliff and walking in the holes.
A lot of people are lurking because this is also hosted on Speedruns Live. Speaking of that, if you do want, you know, to chat, because I believe the Speedruns Live player is just a player with no chat. So if you want to like interact with the runner, then just click on through the link and you can, you know, chat
No
with
pressure.
PD.
No, it's cool.
Or you can lurk.
Let the lurkers lurk.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, I just can't get the good turnaround. This places me at such an angle that I can't get the optimal camera turn. Ooh, we might be in a loop. Okay, this is 2. One of the textures on that wall in that scenario there, though, reminds me of Jigsaw from Saw. Look for it next time we get it. When I'm falling. Yes, we got a loop. Okay, 3. Pray for no cutscenes, pray for no tech streams. Try and go for that record. My freaking god. Every time. It's like the game knows. I have yet to exceed 4 tonight. So we're gonna get reset again. It's want to reiterate, my PB has 19 pit drops in a row spawning in that location. Crazy luck. You want to see a documentary about this game? I would love to see a documentary about this game. Just imagine getting into the minds of not just the people that developed it, but the person that this game is based on, their dreams. I mean, it pretty much... Let's just say that this game was fortunate enough to have more documentation than other games, because not only does it have the game, but it has a book about it. Or not so much about it, it has the book of all the dreams that this game is based on. So the guy that wrote his dreams down, they pretty much took his dream diary and published a book out of it to correspond with this game. Japanese only, which is unfortunate. But if there's any daring souls out there that would be willing to translate that someday, I'm sure there'd be like 3 people in the world that would be very appreciative.
That's very optimistic, Will.
Yeah. You guys haven't seen the giant baby face yet either. Maybe I should show that to you sometime. Gotta remember how to get that spawn exactly though. I think I remember. I was gonna say, wow, I cannot believe it took 160 days to come to this spawn location. I was like, wow, I haven't heard this music tonight. Yeah, so that's a location with like all random... What is that? Why not? Let's have some fun. We'll waste some time to run into these guys for you. Just to kind of show you some of the things LSD has going on. But yeah, that was a location with like all iconic landmarks from around the world. I forgot about that place, honestly. Did not expect it to take that long to pop up. Which is good, because that location... What the... Oh, okay. We haven't spawned there yet, either. LSD still got some surprises for you. Wow, it's giving me some really crazy spawns right now. Apparently walking into those, Tengu guys or something, I don't know what you'd call them. Never gonna do that again. Ooh, this is by the head. Oh. Can't remember if that's the correct exit. We're just gonna walk into here. It's been a while. There's one exit you can take in Kyoto that would take me outside. But I can't recall where that is. So we're not gonna risk it. Going downhill. I think if I follow this, it'll bring me to a cliff. Yeah. I'd say the closest thing to LSD being made into a movie is if any of you have watched the movie Into the Void. Which is, I think it's on Netflix still, I'm not sure. That movie was something. Oof. Not a family movie, I'll tell you that. It's something that you either watch alone or with friends or something. Not something to bring grandma over to watch on Netflix, you know. But if you're looking for the closest thing to LSD in video form, I'd probably say that's the movie. Hey, Possum. There's giant rockhead. If I can get better at navigating this area without having to use the rockhead as a landmark, this would be so much easier, but... As I'm sure you can tell, navigating in this game without landmarks is very difficult. Bye. Eluding us. Oh, here's some cutscenes for you. Day 169, bringing us the luck. I remember when I went to Japan years ago, I went to one of these little underground electronic markets, I guess you can call them. It's like you're in another world. Nothing else. I'd never seen anything else like it. Very cramped, but crazy thing. Like so many product, top to floor, bottom to top. Super cheap. Like there are people that will travel to Japan that are super into repairing electronics and everything just to go to their electronic markets. There's just so much stuff you can't find elsewhere. Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong title for the movie. It's maybe someone in chat can remember for me. It's a movie like something about Void, and I thought it was Enter the Void. I thought that was the name of the movie. I could be wrong though. It's that really trippy movie with like the crazy camera angles and rainbow colors. I mean, it's... If you've seen it, you know what I'm talking about. Yep, that's what's intended, Pasama. The perfect go-to-sleep speedrun. Ooh, wow, I got another... Now that is weird. That it gave me a dream placement in the bottom right off the grid. For spawning there. Please give me a loop again. Oh wow, it gave me the same location again. Okay, we might have a loop, let's see. Ooh, we've got a loop. Not the most ideal loop because it's placing me further away from the pit. But that's 3 in a row. Let's not jinx it. Oh my god, okay. Was not a loop, unfortunately. Enter the Void. There you go, thank you. Yes, the movie is called Enter the Void. Crystal. Man, you know what? I'm gonna take a warp. The crystal is pretty far away from any pits. It's like the one location outdoors where I pretty much just want to walk into a wall instead, I think. Also, because it's really hard to navigate for me when I'm in that direction. Not lucking out here, though. Yeah. 8 a.m. in Germany. Good morning, Germany.
I am from Germany, so guess what I've been doing the last few hours? This stream brought to you by energy drink companies.
Yeah, I can remember I used to drink energy drinks, but thankfully I weaned myself off of those. Like, I was so addicted to Rockstar, and like, there was a blue flavor of Rockstar that I just loved. So bad for you, though. They didn't even really give me energy, though. They just tasted so darn good. But I don't drink soda anymore, so don't crave any of it.
We're like the exact opposites, then, because I think they taste really bad, with some exceptions. But I actually looked it up. They're not that bad for you. It's just if you drink way too much of them, you start getting into the territory of where it gets really bad.
I guess when you think about it, like, Red Bulls are relatively small in the size of energy drink cans, but there are some energy drink cans that are just, like, way too big. Should not be drinking all those.
Red Bulls are also not worth the price, trust me. The default flavor tastes exactly like all the other default flavors.
Yeah, I never... Ooh, don't walk into that. I never liked the taste of Red Bull.
Right.
Yeah, King Worm, this game does have an ending. It's just that it took people so long to realize, because in order to get the ending of this game, you have to beat 365 days. And not many people were willing to go through that. Because if you think about it, unless you were speedrunning this game, playing through this game 365 days casually takes a very long time. So when someone finally found out that there is indeed a cutscene for 365 days, you know, we finally found that there was an ending to this game. Even though LSD never truly ends, because even after you get the cutscene, it just loops back to the first day again. The game is never truly meant to be beaten. It's one of those sort of like experimental kind of play at your own pace games. Because you can never fully fill in the graph. Like I mentioned earlier, you could only have 100 dots filled in at a time, so you can never truly fill this in 100%. Wow, that is a weird spawn. I don't think I've ever... We're gonna take the wall. Yeah, we're gonna take the wall. I don't think I've ever spawned there. You were playing at 2 times speed? Playing this game at 2 times speed? Wow, that sounds interesting. I wish I can try that. You know what would actually be an experience is probably watching a video of this game on YouTube at half speed. Yeah, they do recycle stages, but there are a lot of intricacies. Like, there are a lot of hidden things in LSD that you would probably never see, because they take very specific triggers. So unless you're really exploring and getting lucky, you do have to get lucky as well. Certain things just pop up randomly. It's definitely a game that is not meant to be played for long bursts of time, ironically. It's something that was probably meant to be played half an hour a night. If that. Cutscene? No. That almost sounded like cutscene music. Darkman, hello. I will take a reset. Resetting the point to neutral heightens my chance of getting the eye spawn. Camels... That means pitch should be this way. Yes. What's the world record for this? So... depends what you... So here's the thing. I play on an actual console with a disc, which causes... There is quite a bit of lag in this game when you play on a console. Like, legit. There's a lot of slowdown that is not present in Emulator. So if you're looking for console world record, it would be my 3 hours 46 minutes. Come on, lion, I'm running into your butt. Okay, let me try and get his attention. Sometimes when you run into their butt, you guys finally get to see his face, though. Come on.
PG-13.
Come on, lion, there we go. Man, they haven't roared at me yet.
I mean, at least you aren't pushing it like TGH, who, quote-unquote says, we have a name for the skip, it's called, we like to abbreviate it, but I'm not gonna say, like, he said this. We like to abbreviate this, I'm not gonna say the abbreviation, it's called auto-scoreless skip. So,
yeah, so there's the console world record, which is my 3 hours 46, which also includes the 11.5-minute cutscene. So, if I can manage to get a run without the cutscene, which I hope does not happen for the marathon, because I really want you guys to see the cutscene extravaganza. Wow, they spawned me next to the... Oh my goodness, I can't believe I missed that opportunity. I have never spawned with the horses running towards me. People have always wondered if it's possible to run into the horses and get spawned somewhere, and I missed my opportunity. I've never seen that spawn before. Always something new every time I run LSD. Anyway, I keep getting sidetracked. Emulation world record, I think, is 3 hours 37 minutes, but they do not deal with any lag or slowdown. And they have faster load times. So, you know, take it for what you will, whatever you'd consider to be the world record. 2 different world records, I suppose, for this category. I don't choose to upload my times for, look at this guy. Eyeball Shop. Waste a little time to show you guys some of the weird things in this game. I don't upload my times for 10 days, 50 days, or 100 days, just because... It's weird, because you actually pull your times from, like, your 365-day run. Well, typically that's what you do. So I only upload my time for 365 days. Because to me, that's like the complete full run. It feels kind of weird to be like, okay, I do a run of 365 days and then I go back and like upload a time for part of my run. Just kind of weird. Maybe one day, I don't know. But for now, I just do 365. Something that I do versus the emulation world record differently is the person that has emulation world record. Sadly, they don't stream anymore. It's unfortunate. Oh my goodness, we were right next to the left eye. The way they play is if they get a bad spawn, they will immediately run into a wall. Whereas with me, if I get a bad spawn, but I know that within, 20 or 30 or 40 seconds, I can run to a pit reliably, I will do that. I find that works better. He played it really risky, and sometimes it didn't work out for him. Just different ways you can play this game. Keeps it interesting. Like the pit that I fall into in the Violence District, the one by the crane, he almost never falls into that. He just chooses to immediately warp out of the Violence District. Whereas I will take the time to run to that pit. I mean, I guess that could be a thing. What? Oh, that's the rocket. You guys haven't seen that yet. Yeah, doing 2 back-to-back 365-day runs. That could be a thing, but my goodness. Are people ready for almost 8 hours straight of LSD? I'm not sure. So the significance of getting the left eye square Similarian is... I don't know if you remember catching any of my runs of this, but if you remember the 11.5-minute unskippable cutscene extravaganza, in order to get that, you have to fill in both the left and right eye, and then there's sort of like a nose block that I think you have to fill in or something, which it looks like I definitely have that one filled in. So right now, if I get that left eye filled in, you guys are going to be treated to 11.5 minutes of cutscenes. Which is super slow, obviously, for a speedrun, but I feel like it's an integral part of experiencing LSD. So I hope we get it. Follow the rainbow. Yeah, see that's how you weed out the people that are not big Kingdom Hearts fans. Is make a Kingdom Hearts reference, and then if it doesn't stick, you know that that person hasn't played much Kingdom Hearts. Which I have not, which would make sense. I've only played the first game and still never beat it. But from the sounds of it, like, there have been some people, I've been hearing there's a lot of disappointed people with Kingdom Hearts 3. Not to get too off subject here, but we got time to kill, right? Like, I've heard there's some people out there that were super disappointed, especially after waiting, like, in some cases, half their life to play Kingdom Hearts 3, and then it's just not what they hoped for. It's disappointing. I've tried Kingdom Hearts in the past. Now, here's my dilemma. I just find the first game... I've tried playing the first game 3 times now. I bought it day 1 when it came out, so I'm not like one of those late bloomers. I played the game on launch day. Oh my god, we got it. Hold on. I think we got it. Yes! Get your popcorn ready, everybody. Okay, it's 4 blocks, actually. Enjoy 11.5 minutes of cutscenes. I should have paid attention to how I fell there to see... it's so random, I'd never... Now, some of the cutscenes are going to repeat, but you're going to see some new ones, too. But yeah, I just couldn't beat the first one, which in turn means that I would never play the second, because they're so focused on story. I would never play the second without fully finishing the first. And I'm also the kind of person where I wouldn't play the second, unless I beat the first personally. So, yeah, probably never gonna happen, we'll see. So yeah, my chance of a PB just went down significantly. Because I am cursed getting these cutscenes. Emulator World Record does not get this. I get it. But I was hoping this would happen anyway. Now this is the best part, because there are people that are going to be joining the stream tonight. And they're going to just see this and they're going to be like, the heck am I watching? How is this a speedrun?
Do you want me to, like, add an overlay text currently in an 11-minute cutscene?
No. That'll take away from the shock factor. Because they're gonna come in and think it's like a short little cutscene, and they're gonna be like, all right, this should end anytime soon. So we're gonna stop mentioning the fact that this is 11 minutes and just let people experience this when they come in. Just let it happen, exactly, Similarian. Yeah, I should do the fake button mash in the background, right? Make it like I'm actually doing something. Well, I mean, I guess if you speedrun something like Final Fantasy X, there are quite a few very long cutscenes you can't skip in that, right? But I don't think Final Fantasy X cutscenes have anything on this game. So I'm gonna assume all these cutscenes are based on a dream. Like, all these scenes they're not just like random fabrications, they are the realizations of dreams that this guy has had. And there's quite a few appearances of UFOs in the game, so he must have quite a few dreams about UFOs. We get to see this again. This may be my favorite cutscene, potentially. It's just so deep. Why is there a kid eating alone with a glass of what appears to be either blood or wine? And we've tried to figure out what... It seems like it's some kind of sausage. Guess we'll never know. Wonder if this kid knows today if he was in LSD. Wonder if they ever told him. This is also in my top 5 for cutscenes. The fish, definitely the MVP. Potential mascot of the game. This one's kind of scary. I think it's the music that does it. Oh yeah, they were clapping and cheering for the fish. Why wouldn't you? And I wonder if this kid even knew that they were filming him. Isn't that kind of creepy to think that, like, they probably did not get permission or, like, even tell these people that they were filming them for this game. Why would they, right? Like, super sleuth just recording that kid. That one was not pleasant. Yes, this is the cutscene. And believe it or not, everything they show in this is still not every cutscene in the game. There are still many more cutscenes that are not shown in this. Yeah, that is just not random at all. Nice green screen effect, though. Wonder what he's got in his bag. I like how he's walking so slow that they actually have to use time lapse to help him get to the end of the walkway. Sequel to Gary the Fish. He's got a friend now. Pretty dirty water. Oh, what a perfect time for a raid. Hey Kios, thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody to LSD. You've joined us at a time in the middle of an 11.5-minute unskippable cutscene. Enjoy. That one to me, I don't know what it is about the music in this. Such creepy music for these industrial cutscenes. Oh, this one's messed up. Forgot about this one. We'll just interpret it as a really cute little turtle that just so happens to be on a food dish. Nothing bad happens to the little turtle. See? He made it away. I'm not gonna lie to you, Bloodshot. I actually tried last week to route Gabal Screen. I had to stop due to boredom. That game is not meant for speedrunning. That is one game that you just... It is not a speedrun. It's just too slow. There's nothing to it that makes it interesting as a speedrun. There's no tech or nothing. I just stopped midway. I'm like, this... There's no point to this, so I just stopped. When you play through Gabal Screen casually, it's really fun. It's especially in a streaming experience. But when you try to route that game for a speedrun and play it fast without playing it as intended, it is just not fun. The shoot emote, maybe it'll come back at some point in the future. I find this to be the scariest cutscene. I'm not sure why. I think it's the music, and also like the really voyeuristic high camera angle. Now this is my favorite cutscene. Pay very close attention. Did you see it? Alright. That ends the epic 11.5-minute cutscene. Back to the game. Never mind, another cutscene. You didn't have enough cutscenes? Here's another. One that you've seen already.
Psych!
Okay. We can get back in the gameplay. Alright, there we go. What were you supposed to see in the field of green? That's the question of life, right? What did you see? At least no jump scares. I will tell you, Mace, there's a jump scare or two in this game. There's only one, though, that we'd ever really see if I potentially spawn by it, which I'm not sure if I will. Day 200 hype. Ooh. Relatively rare spawn. So yeah, if you're just joining us off the host or, You join during the cutscenes, and you're wondering what's going on in the actual game. The purpose of this game is to just explore. You're exploring a man's dreams. Someone kept a dream diary for 10 years of their life, and they transformed that dream diary into a video game. So that's what you're seeing here. The purpose of the game is to just explore. Your dreams end when you fall off a cliff, or if you see something scary, like a lion. That'll wake you up. And for speedrun purposes, I am trying to fall off of cliffs and end my dreams as fast as possible. When you see me run into a wall...
NoGA3.
Oh, the lions.
Nah,
Yeah,
jumping off a cliff, that part.
Falling off a ledge?
Yeah, never know with Twitch nowadays.
I don't think they're that strict. Well, here's the lions anyway. But when you see me walk into a wall... Oh, they finally did the intended way of ending my dream. But if you see me walking into a wall, it means that I'm spawning in a location that doesn't have an immediately accessible ledge, or cliff to fall in, or way to end my dream fast. So walking into any wall, or object for that matter, will warp me somewhere else. Walls tend to just randomly warp you, with the exception of a few areas that you typically are almost never warped to unless you walk onto certain objects. So I kind of just gamble and walk into a wall and hope I get a better spawn. Like, this is the starting cottage that you always start in. Always immediately walk into a wall there because it is just way too slow to try and get out of there. This is the next most typical place to end a dream. This is the violence district, where violent things sometimes happen. But if I run over here, there is one place without glitches where you can end your dream by falling into this pothole. The movement through there is trickier than it seems, because if I'm not precise with lining myself up between those signs, if I touch a sign, it'll warp me, which could add on potentially a couple minutes to the run anytime I do that, because getting warped somewhere can put you into a loop of getting bad spawns, so... What in the world, says Traditionology? Welcome to LSD. That's typically the reaction most people will have when they first see this game. Alright. We're still hoping to get some kind of really long pit loop. Pit loop being sometimes the game just decides to keep spawning me at that location there where I fell into that pit. Don't know how it decides to do that, but my record is 19 spawns in a row at that pit, which, as you can imagine, is really fast for speedrun purposes. Tonight, the longest I've had is 4. It cuts me off after that. We get out of Happy Town as fast as we can. No way to end dreams there except for the Ferris wheel. But if you're not spawned by the Ferris wheel, it's a really long run to get there. And also, it's not guaranteed that the Ferris wheel will have the carts, which are the triggers for the cutscene. I take the Ferris wheel if I'm spawned by it and can verify it would give me the cutscene. Ooh, we're gonna be... Yeah, I was gonna say this is a rare spawn. Because that's not a song we've heard tonight. So this is an example of getting multiple bed spawns in a row. So you remember when I tell you that I take the safe and consistent route where when I know I'm by a pit and it's, you know, maybe 30, 40 minute out of my way? Sometimes I go for that because there are times where you can just get stuck in endless bad spawn loops. I checked behind me there. I actually should have just used L1 to check behind me. But there's another spawn location that looks very similar to that, which is actually relatively close to a drop, so I always look. And once again, if you're wondering about glitches that are in this game, obviously I'm not going to be using them. But there are glitches where I can run along the seam of where the water meets the land there on that river. Well, that's the safest place to do it in the game. You could actually do it anywhere in the game where like a wall meets the ground. It's way more difficult that way though. But you can clip yourself through the floor to get a faster end to your dream than running off the intended cliff. No big deal though. Typically it only saves a few seconds. Okay, I think that's the wrong way. I saw the camels. There we go. Yeah, sometimes when I see the camels, I approach them from the wrong direction. One way leads to a cliff, the other way leads to nothing. Wow, that is a rare spawn. Wasn't sure where I was there for a second. That was in Kyoto, though. Now, I'm pretty sure that I don't think it's possible once you get that cutscene to get it a second time in one playthrough. So I think even if I fill in the right eye, I'm pretty sure that we're safe. See, like here, a lot of runners might choose to just run into a wall because you're fairly far from the end of the dream here, but I choose to make the trek. If you risk it, you run into a wall, you spawn right by a cliff or a pit, then congratulations, you've saved 10 to 20 seconds. But if you get bad spawns, then you could be wasting up to minutes at a time. Maybe not minutes, but you can waste a minute or two for sure. See, like this, for example, if I would have walked into a wall and spawned here, that would have been way faster. But I don't like risking stuff like that. Okay, cliff, there we go. We're almost at the final 150. I have no idea what my time is either. I'm not timing myself. I actually don't want to know what my time is until I'm done with the run, in case it's a PB. That'll be exciting. Don't think it is gonna be one though, because I have in order to get a PB, I need a pit loop cycle that lasts for at least 10 loops. So far, I haven't been that lucky. Okay, we are by the lions? There they are. Ooh, are these the rainbow lions? Not the rainbow lions, they're the scary red runes. Or Japanese text. Come on, lion. Really? Man, they're awfully friendly today. They don't want to end my dream. Lion. Over 20 minutes into the run? Okay, that's good to know. Boy, time is just going slow with this one then. There we go. I'm also making poor decisions, like, it's getting late, so making poor decisions like not instantly running into a wall when I should be. So this is the pit area that I keep referencing. When I mentioned pit loop, this is the pit where sometimes the game just decides to keep spawning me right at that location over and over and over, and it's only interrupted by either a cutscene or a text stream. Okay, where is this? I know where I am. Okay, I think if I follow this left wall, it should bring me to a cliff, if I'm thinking I'm going the right way here. The sweet sound of non-laggy gameplay in LSD. And there's the cliff. Gotta love those fast footsteps. Okay. Alright, come on. Come on, pit loop. Darn. Sour, please. Yeah, this game's got quite the soundtrack. I mean, the full soundtrack is on YouTube if you want to indulge yourself in that. But an actual soundtrack for this game does exist physically. One comes with the game. This one's quite the banger. Interesting. That one was as high middle as you can possibly get on the dream chart. That's what I mean. It's really hard to interpret how they decide graph positions. I mean, all I did was just walk forward and go off the cliff. And apparently that was a highly, like they call it an upper dream, not a downer. No idea. No idea. I think I'm done trying to interpret how the game figures stuff like that out. Oh, okay, so here, this is the Ferris wheel, but there's no carts to cue the cutscene. I find it so fascinating that, as obscure as this game is, somehow this received an official re-release on Japanese PS3 PSN store. Of all the games, they chose LSD. At least they're aware of the cult status this game has now. It's just a shame that they never released it, like, because you can buy certain Japanese imports on the PSN store using a North American account. Sadly, this one was never added. Okay, I think the cliff... I saw the camels, which... there it is. Alright, this is also getting to the point in the run where the game could potentially give me the unavoidable... I don't know what you'd even call it. You've been playing LSD for way too long glitch, I guess is the best way of putting it. Where after you haven't saved the game for a long time, like, that's kind of just assumed to be the reason. If you don't save for a long time. But the game will start getting even weirder. Its textures will start glitching out, even though the game already looks like it's got glitch textures. They will get even stranger. And then the game will kind of work to my benefit in some way. Sometimes, where if I get stuck in a long, endless loop of not being able to end my dreams, or if I get lost on the overworld, it will end my dream automatically after 60 seconds. Whether or not that glitch will occur or not, we'll have to see. It is an unavoidable glitch that is more aesthetically game-changing. Like, it doesn't really do too much for the speed of the game. It's not like you have a crazy advantage if it happens. It's more of just like a weird visual glitch. I kind of hope it happens so you guys can see it. Okay. It's very unfortunate that in case you're wondering, you cannot walk off the dock there. Walking onto any of the dock ledges will warp you. The only way to end your dream here is to go this way. Is it considered run ending? No, actually it helps your run, if it happens. The thing that will end your run is the completely out of your control 11.5-minute cutscene. So once you get like a good pace in this game, and if you get a really good run in this game without the 11.5-minute cutscene, in the future, if you ever get a run that does get the cutscene, you pretty much just reset. There's nothing you can do. I mean, yes, you can keep going, but to make up 11.5 minutes in this game would require insane luck. If it's intentional. I mean, for the purpose of this game outside of this marathon, there are no rules ruling out any kind of glitches. They're encouraged if you can do them. But that graphic glitch, it's not really known at all how it even happens. It's just assumed that after playing the game for a long time without saving, it may occur. It's only happened to me once. It's not common. The closest thing to cutscene percent would probably be all locations, but at that point, you barely view any cutscenes. The thing about cutscenes in this game, a lot of them are just completely random. You have no control over certain ones playing. There are certain locations where cutscenes will always occur, like the Ferris wheel. But even that can sometimes be out of control because the cutscene is not guaranteed to trigger if the Ferris wheel is not complete. So for right now, this game's categories just boil down to completing a certain amount of days for the most part. There's also the all location speedrun, which requires you to, you guessed it, visit every location in the game. Not my kind of run. I'm not personally interested in that one. I like a category that has a more definitive ending. And this category is the only category with a definitive ending. As close as you can get in LSD. Okay. This is by Kyoto. Boy. Let's see, I hope this is the way with the ledge. Oh, what if it was done intentionally by the devs is what you mean? There we go. Heck, it could be. You never know. I wouldn't question it. I would not question it. Yeah, it could potentially. I think that's probably the best way to describe it, is a memory leak. It seems like that's the best bet because certain textures just get all jumbled and the game can't really seem to handle you playing in a certain dream scenario for more than a minute. Okay, lion territory. Still, you guys have yet to see the rainbow lions. Man, they have been really uncooperative tonight, though. Come on. 24 hours of LSD. Man, that... I don't know if any human should ever be subjected to 24 hours straight of this game. I think at that point you'd seriously start hallucinating. Okay, that is a really far spawn. That is one spawn in the violence district that I will walk into a wall. That is quite far. It's pretty much the opposite corner of the map of where I want to be. But as you can see, the chance I took of walking into a wall, not paying off yet. Because now I'm getting in a loop of bad spawns. Full clear. The thing about full clear in this game, there is no such thing as full clear. The closest thing you can get to completing this game is this category of 365 days, because you get an ending cutscene. The thing about full clearing this game, it only has the capacity to place 100 dots on the dream graph. Wow, this is a horrible loop luck here. So, you can never fully fill in the graph, so there's no way to keep track of truly 100%ing the game. Okay, let's slow down, I don't want to run into a sign there. What if the gray man behaves as a garbage collection function? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you can... I wish we knew the inner workings of the game better. But, yeah, running into the dark man... Actually, there he was. See that flash? He was in the wall there, and my screen flashed white, so what that did was... it put my dream meter back into the middle neutral state. So, if that's true, my dream meter... okay, ended kind of towards the top. I guess because I warped into an area that had, that was considered happy music and happy textures. So I guess it gave me like an upper dream. Who knows? Like I said, I'm to the point now where I'm starting to give up on trying to analyze how this game decides where to put these dots. See, like that water there on Emulator would be flashing unbelievably. That's why Emulator runs can be a little rough to watch sometimes. Water is kind of crazy. Okay, we are in the desert, which means the window should be... Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we're in the crystal area. Okay, if I go this way, and I continue running straight here, I should reach a cliff in about 10 or 15 seconds. I hope. Yeah, I should. Okay, maybe not 10 seconds. Underestimated that. So, cliff should be right there. So once again, another example of, you know, deciding whether or not to immediately run into a wall or take the extra time to run off a cliff. A guaranteed cliff. I hate this white one because it's really hard to see. Okay, camels, which means there should be a cliff over here. Closer to the final 100 days. Oh no, that's rock. Okay. Lions, there we go. Yeah, I'm the same way, waifu. A lot of the music in this makes me think of like old school Nickelodeon, especially the Rugrats with one of the tracks in particular. Ooh, Darkman. Not that it really does much for the run. I hate spawns like this. It's so hard to tell where I am initially. I hear water. Means I'm by a cliff. You get the four corners of the graph? That's a good question. That also seems really hard to do. I'm not sure if anybody's attempted that. Because to be honest with you, I have no idea what I would need to do in order to get the other two corners. I have two right now. However, keep in mind I'd need to get the other two within a set time frame because the other ones will eventually be wiped out as they get replaced. Okay, come on, pit loop. That is the spawn location that I want, so let's hope. Okay. Think we might have a pit loop. That's two. However, the unfortunate thing is it has been quite a while since I've had a cutscene or text stream. Okay, we got a pit loop. This is what we want to see. It's 3. Haven't been able to make it past 4 tonight. As you can imagine, having this occur speeds up the run substantially. Oh no. It ended. Darn. That's actually the first time I've ever seen a pit loop end without getting a text stream or a cutscene. Interesting that that can happen. It could have been caused because that time I actually preemptively held down certain buttons. doubt that would cause that to happen, though. Very interesting to note, though, I think in my PB, when I had the 19 pit loops in a row, it was also around this point in the run, like around the 250 mark. I'd have to go back and check that, but that would be very interesting to know if it happens around a set day. So many mysteries surrounding this game. Very hard to test, though, that's for sure. I wonder what clarifies a static dream. It's just... Maybe static dream means you had no alterations in textures. You didn't see any interesting objects, so it was just a very plain static dream. I do know this spawn, so I know that if you continue over to the right here, there's a cliff. If you play this game enough, you start to get used to all the different random spawns. There are only so many places you can get spawned, even though they're quite extensive. Eventually, you start to recognize certain spawns and where to go. Alright, that was day 250. We're nearing the final stretch. Ooh, my goodness. That is a lot of green. Now, like I said, if any of you are staying up for the final cutscene, I won't troll you like I normally would troll you if you're watching me on my stream. I will warn you, the final cutscene is not worth staying up too late for. So if you're trying to hang in there for the end of this game, I'll do yourself a favor and just tell you to sleep. Sleep now. However, for those of you that do decide to stick around and watch it, you're in for a treat, I suppose. It is a cutscene that has been seen by few, that is for sure. Wow, an upper left corner block, that is. Oh, I'm sure you can data mine it. If someone's willing to put in the time. It would be very, very interesting to see how this game truly works. Goodness. Yeah, we're gonna take a wall warp here. This crystal spawn is not good. And we were rewarded. What do you know? Risk paid off. I hear water. Question is, what direction is the cliff? There it is. I'd say the screens where it has a very dense white fog are by far the hardest ones to navigate. Deserts. Into the window. It's been a while since we had a window spawn. Oh, never mind, we're by a cliff. faster. Get that text stream out of the way in case we get a pit loop. It's pretty rare. If you saw over there to the left, there was a line of 3 elephants walking together. Something you see every time. Typically the elephant's floating in the air. Welcome to anybody that's just joined us, by the way. If any of you have any questions about what the heck this game, like if there's any mechanics, if you're curious about how certain things work in this game, I've been recapping it throughout the night, but I know that people are probably joining in and are very confused, and I don't blame you. If there's anything you want to know about what the heck you're watching, I'd be glad to answer it. Okay, we might have a pit loop here. That's 2 in a row, let's see. Okay. No pit loop, unfortunately. Four really good spawns in a row, though. Lucky with that. It's helping make up for the fact that I... Yeah, so the way the ending for this game works... The closest thing to an actual ending is after you beat 365 days. You do get an endgame cutscene. This cutscene is only viewable by beating 365 days of the game. So, it is viewed as the sort of unofficial ending of the game. Because the game truly never ends. It just continually loops. So after you beat 365 days, it loops back to day 1, and you just keep going over and over. And this graph here that you see filling in every time I complete a dream, the memory only holds 100 days worth of dots on the graph, so you can never truly 100% the game. And yes, so the graph is supposed to represent how your dream was. We've been discussing it throughout the night, actually, and it's... I mean, I've kind of concluded that, yes, it is influenced by certain things that you see in your dream, but for the most part, there's no true way that you can influence it. It's still completely random. But how it's supposed to work is depending on what you see and what you do in any given dream, where the dot ends up on the graph is determined by things you saw during that dream. However, I've noticed consistencies and inconsistencies my time playing this game. So it's not 100% reliable. Like there, I couldn't tell you why my dream was more towards the dynamic side on the right. I'm sure there's a method behind the madness of it, but that's something that's probably going to be taken to the grave of the developers unless they eventually decide to share more information about this game. I wouldn't doubt it if there's some information on the internet, like an interview with them or something. But someone would have to go digging for that in Japanese. So the one way to know if I do get that visual glitch, like the data overflow glitch, is the camels will appear glitched out. They'll no longer appear as camels. They'll appear as like pretty much this game's version of Missing No from Pokemon. So that's how we'll know for sure. Yep, Cybershot is right. The one thing that can happen is if 4 specific dots are covered on the graph, the eyes, the nose, and I guess what would be considered the mouth on the graph, it will play an unskippable 11.5-minute cutscene of various cutscenes that you can view throughout the game, which we saw earlier. I was happy. Pretty much killed my chances of a PB, but I was kind of hoping it would happen anyway for the sake of people seeing it. Ooh, that is creepy. Look at that. I've never noticed that texture before. Creepy old man face. I swear, every time I play LSD, I always notice something new. Then again, this is a pretty rare texture set. You don't get this one all that often. I also have no clue where the heck I am. Man, maybe I should have walked into a wall. This dark fog is making this really difficult. There's no landmarks I can see. And talk about wasting time. I think this is the desert. This is the desert, which means the window should be... Oh my goodness. The window should be up here? There it is. That was an unfortunate waste of time. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, we're in the final 100 days. Yeah, don't worry. That's the common sentiment when people first join and watch LSD. The best way for me to sum it up for you is the game is based on one man's dream journal that he kept for 10 years. They translated the dream journal into a game. The purpose of the speedrun is to end the dreams as soon as I can by falling or scaring myself with things like lions. And walking into walls will warp me. I warp into walls when I'm in inconvenient spawn locations. Like here, I'm on the top of a skyscraper, and yes, I got the skyscraper fall. Nice. Sometimes that glitches out and drops me like a dead weight. So it's nice to get the intended fall there. That's the first dream ender that we've had tonight, falling off the skyscraper. It's a pretty rare one. Creepy eyeball texture. Not even gonna attempt to interpret what that other texture is supposed to be. Oh, I walked into the wall. Well, rip. I was about ready to walk into the pit. That's what I gotta be careful. I was trying to cut really close to the wall. That's what I get. Well, I guess it gives you guys a good idea of how unforgiving movement in this game can be sometimes. We haven't had a cutscene in a while, though. Lions. Ooh, rainbow lions. Finally, you guys get to see the rainbow lions. Come on. Please end the dream. There we go. Let's randomly walk into the windmill, shall we? Okay, there should be a cliff this way, I think. Pretty sure. Yep. It's only something that comes with time with playing this game, and it's the reason why it's still relevant as a speedrun to me. It's just through time getting better of like getting dropped into a spot like that and being able to adapt and figure out not only the direction I'm facing, but where I am on the map. Not easy. Especially when the textures change all the time, so it's like things can look drastically different. Makes you wonder though, right? Like maybe his imagination outside of dreams wasn't that interesting, right? Maybe he's just like an ordinary man that didn't have any kind of creative side to him in the normal worlds. But through his dreams, he's able to create these crazy landscapes. It's something to think about, right? I wish we knew more about him. You know, Man with a Fork. I know you say that in jest, but believe it or not, in my stream when I was trying to help advertise No Glitches Allowed, I made a command with exclamation point NGA. Twitch would not allow me to use that in my title. So it's kind of unfortunate because then I had to make a really long command name. I don't know if anybody else had that problem, but you couldn't actually use that.
TOS.
Yeah, just for future though, for anybody that looks to make a command for NGA, you can't do it.
Unfortunate abbreviation.
Okay, this green is not helping me. Shoot. I think the cliff is this way. Should be right over here. There it is. Nah, Twitch does what they gotta do. It's totally understandable. It's just unfortunate for the marathon because of the abbreviation. And if you use commands. Let me see if I can get the baby spawn for you guys. I don't do I... A while since I looked down. Come on. Baby spawn? Come on, why is it not looking down? Square button. Of course, square to look down, right? No baby spawn. Alright. Perhaps I've advanced too far into the game to get it. Big creepy baby man face comes out of the wall if you look down a certain way. Desert. Could be this way. This way? It's so hard to navigate this place sometimes. Okay, there's statue guy. It's this way. Did I spend a lot of money for my copy of this game? Yeah, so I do collect all my games, like I am a collector. So I do buy all my games physically. However, I lucked out in that I bought this game many years ago before it blew up in notoriety and also price. How much I paid, I don't remember specifically. It was not cheap, even back then. But it was way cheaper than the asking prices now for this game. I think I paid somewhere in the realm of $150 to $200 for this game. Which is a fraction of the price of what you'd have to pay now. Are the maps static? So the locations in this game, it's actually a very early open world game where everything is interconnected. So yes, everything map layout wise is always the same. What changes is where you spawn within those locations and the texture set that they use. And obviously some of the things that they decide to spawn in those locations will be different. But all the locations are set in stone. Alright, this is going to be one of our last chances to hope for a pit loop. Pit loop being constantly spawning right next to that pit that I fell into. Because we are nearing the end of the run, and oh my gosh, are my dreams going to be answered? Okay. That's 2. Hope for no cutscenes. It's been a while since we've had one. For no tech streams. Oh my goodness, I think we have a pit loop. That's 3. And it's a good pit loop because it's spawning me right next to it. 4. I still don't think we've had more than 4 tonight, so let's see. Okay, definitely confirmed we're in a pit loop. That's 5. Let's hope. The luck continues. What the heck? Okay, I've never seen this before. I've never seen... This is... It must be like something going on in the file tonight for this game. Because typically when you get a pit loop like that, it never stops unless you get a text stream or a cutscene. And that's the second time tonight where after 4, it's ended. So, that's very interesting. Yes, you have to end your dream 365 times. I mean, thankfully these are still good spawns, though. Well, I'm hoping the fact, Dan, that we've had multiple occasions of 3 to 4 pit loops, like mini pit loops, I'm hoping that that makes up for the fact that I haven't gotten one gigantic pit loop. Why does walking into walls change the scenery? It's just a basic mechanic of the game, where walking into walls or any objects will warp you. So when I walk into walls, it's changing the scenery by simply just warping me to another location. Yeah, I do remember that. That's a good observation, Waifu. Like I said, there's just so many mysteries to figuring out how this game truly works. Like, it's obvious that the game has some sort of pattern, right? Because the same thing happened to me last time. 4 pitfalls, and then it spawned me in Kyoto looking at that same direction, and then when I walked into the wall, it spawned me, I'm pretty sure, at that same... Oh, that's the wrong water. Okay, that is not the water that you can walk across. It spawned me next to the same cliff. You've never seen the ending with this game? Well, you're gonna see it tonight. I've been warning people, though. Normally, I like to troll my viewers and tell them that the ending is something that you have to see once in a lifetime. You know, you have to stick around for it. But I will not troll you guys. If you're gonna be up for it, that's fine. But don't force yourself to stay awake, because it's an ending, that's all I'll say. It is an ending. It does have meaning, though. It does have meaning. The ending of the game. Maybe this way. Yeah, I mean, if any of you out there are data miners and you want a project to work on, trying to crack the code for LSD, trying to figure out how you can constantly spawn by the pit. I mean, you'd single-handedly destroy the speedrunning scene for this game. And not in a good way. I mean, in a good way, yes, but not in a good way, because while it would make the game probably sub 1 hour if you can figure out how to do that, but it would also make the game so trivial that I don't think there'd even be a purpose to speedrunning it anymore after that. Because all it would be is just walking off the cliff 365 times in a row. There we go. Oh, I was by it somewhere. Almost a day 300 hype. We are so close. What side is this? This is Kyoto. That's Kyoto's building there. That's the entrance. The entrance means... make a left. I gotta make a right here, and then I think if I follow this, yep, here's the cliff. Day 300. Okay, this time let's not walk off the railing, because if I... Sometimes the lighting fools me. They spawn me closer to the rails of that bridge, and I don't realize I'm on the bridge. Then I walk into the railing, and then I get spawned somewhere else. So I want to hear back from those of you that have been watching this game for an extended period of time tonight. When you go to bed next, if you have some crazy dreams, I want you to tell me. I am very curious, actually, if this game has an influence on people's dreams. Because when you think about it, this game makes you think about dreams, doesn't it? Like, once you know what the game is about and how it was influenced and made, it makes you think about dreams. So I'm wondering if that truly has an influence over people by making them have dreams the same night that you see this game. It did for me. Like, I'm not even joking. When I first started running this, I hadn't had a dream in who knows how long. And that night, I had a dream after playing it, so... Perhaps. Perhaps. Love the sound effects in this game. This is one of the songs that reminds me of like a 90s Nickelodeon cartoon theme song. And yeah, if you're wondering, if you walk into the graffiti, it will warp you to... It has a higher likelihood of warping you to certain other locations, but for speedrun purposes, there's no reason, because they're so close to the pothole. Just be a waste of time. Okay, I got scared for a second, because I warped, the screen turned blue, and then the screen turned black. I was looking at a wall, though. I thought the game froze for a second there. "60 days remain. Final stretch." This is a decent spawn, I'll take this one. Sometimes you can get spawned way further back in those buildings, and the run is probably not worth it. Especially because finding your bearings can be pretty difficult to begin with. It also looks like we're gonna survive getting the texture glitch, the memory overflow glitch. Probably would have happened by now, I think. Still a chance for it to occur, though. Like I said, it's a glitch that is... There's nothing you can do about it. The game kind of just decides to give it to you or not. More of a visual glitch than anything. It doesn't affect it too much. Ooh. Darkman coming at us at the top of the freaking skyscraper. I had to take that one in for a second before I fell. That's not something you see every day. Yeah, no problem, 9-4s. People have been Obviously very, very confused coming in tonight. So, in a nutshell, the game is based off of, the game is developed by Asmic Ace development team. They developed and published the game. One of the members of that team kept a dream diary for over 10 years of his life, chronicling every dream he had ever had. This game is based off of this man's dreams. So everything you see in this game is based on this book of dreams. And wow, we finally got a cutscene. And I don't think it's one we've seen tonight. There's also a book that they published that was based on his dreams. I think the book is just a collection of what he wrote about them. And there's also an audio CD. The purpose of the speedrun, normally the game is meant to be played quite slowly, exploring and just having fun, checking out all the weird things you can see in this game. The speedrun attempts to end the dreams as soon as possible, and you only do that by falling off ledges and cliffs. Because, you know, when you have a falling sensation in a dream, it wakes you up, so it makes sense. And also scary things like lions. There are other things that can scare you and wake you up, but they're far too rare in the speedrun to really see. Man, that scared me. This game's been scaring me tonight. When it cuts to a solid color and then I hear no audio, I'm like, please. Don't let my first soft lock be during a marathon. It does always worry me, though. I'm not sure how much fast disk speed affects this game, but anytime I play a PS1 game with fast disk speed, it worries me. Because it's pretty notorious for causing issues with some games. And then once again, you're probably wondering why I'm always walking into walls or objects. The reason for that is I can immediately tell in most cases when I spawn into a location that is not ideal. A location that will not allow me to end my dream fast, so I walk into a wall and hope to get a better spawn. Yeah, so fast disk speed is an option on PS2s. If you set it in the options, if you're playing a PS1 game on your PS2, it'll make load times faster. But it has the adverse effect of some games soft locking due to that feature. Not all games do it, but some games can, if they don't like loading fast. And you're probably wondering why this is, you're probably like, well, there's not much to this speedrun. All you're doing is just walking in the walls and walking off cliffs. But to me, the thing that keeps this game challenging from a speedrun perspective is quickly recognizing where the game is placing me. Because don't forget, anytime I get spawned somewhere, it's in a somewhat random location. Eventually, after you play the game enough, you'll notice the game likes to spawn you in specific spots a lot of times. But there are a lot of spots you can spawn in, so I have to constantly try and read and adapt to the locations I'm spawned in, quickly identify where I've been placed, because this game world is actually quite large. It's larger than you'd expect. Very easy to get lost. And when they're constantly changing textures and music, it can be very difficult to first identify where you are. So like here, I'm pretty sure... Oh, wow. Yeah, that one threw me for a loop. That's why I had to check. that's a spawn location where you just gotta instantly walk into a wall. But that is a very uncommon texture for that place. One thing I could improve on in the future is recognizing the music better. The issue with that is every area has like 4 or 5 different songs for each area. It's dependent on the texture. And I think sometimes it's even it's not even dependent on the texture. I think sometimes it's just different. But it would take a lot of memorization to memorize all the different music to kind of preemptively know where you're going to be spawning. Some of them I'm getting better at recognizing, but not all. And it would save a decent amount of time over the course of the run, because if I could recognize where I'm spawning in before the visuals actually load, then I would know that I can safely just hold forward and run into whatever the first object is. But sometimes I need to play it safe and check the surroundings first to see if I can run somewhere. Okay, so desert. Let's see if I can do this pretty smoothly. The mountain with the mirror should be here somewhere. No, this is... oh goodness. This is by Happy Town. Not where I thought it was. There we go. Day 319. We're getting super close. Oh. Interesting. Let me see if this is the tunnel that actually takes me outside. It is not. Darn. If I was on the opposite side of Kyoto, the other tunnel would have taken me outside, decently close to a ledge. Ooh, we got the eyeball. Please don't give me a cutscene. Okay. How troll would that be if the game would play the 11-minute cutscene twice? Oh, there's shark fin. Okay, shark fin means... ooh, don't run into shark. I think if I go this way... I always forget shark fin. There we go. I use that as a marker to kind of pinpoint where the cliffs are. The Asterisk War? What is that? Ooh, that's the hands. Okay, the hand in Kyoto is the marker that I know. If I take this exit, this will bring me outside to a somewhat favorable location. Unless I messed up. Nope, okay, we're good. Yeah, so that is the only place in Kyoto where I won't immediately run into a wall if I get spawned by that exit. Because now if I just run straight for a little bit, we find the cliff. Once again, arguably, it could have been faster to just immediately run into a wall and potentially spawn next to a cliff, but I like the consistency of knowing that I can reliably get to a way to end my dream decently fast. Yeah, this game is loaded with some real bangers of tracks, that's for sure. Music's available on YouTube, just saying. You know, next time you have some friends over, or you're driving in the car with them or something, pop this on. Sure, they'll have endless questions about you as a person. They keep spawning me here lately. I know we're close. We are really close to the end. It always feels so like such an accomplishment finishing a 365-day run of this game. Because eventually you start to kind of zone out. It kind of becomes second nature. I guess that's the nice thing about this run. The longer the run goes on, like the more second nature everything becomes to me. Like my ability to adapt faster is heightened, I feel. Because I've just been doing the same thing for, you know, almost 4 hours, so after a while, it gets easier. It's the nice thing about it, though, it's sort of a low-stress speedrun, that's for sure. Unlike an RPG or something where typically you'd be nearing the final boss and, you know, you get that adrenaline rush and stuff. You don't really get the adrenaline rush from LSD. But it's kind of a nice chill speedrun. Definitely a different vibe for, from a viewer's perspective, I'm sure. Nice neutral skin for the pit. Maybe the last time we see a neutral skin for this run. For the pit. Because we're almost there. Maybe the game will be... Oh, I was just going to say, maybe the game will be nice and give us at least one more cutscene. And we're treated to one we haven't seen yet. This one's really trippy. Oh, God. It's so crazy how, like, if you just reverse someone diving into the water and flip it, how weird that looks. There you go. Cutscene's always a treat. Ooh, you guys haven't seen the gargoyle yet. Unfortunately, I don't think you can end your dream with him specifically. There is another location where a gargoyle can end your dream in the starting house, but not that one. I'm very disappointed that you guys didn't get to see one of the more iconic images in this game. I mean, I might as well spoil it because I don't think we're gonna see it. It's a pretty rare chance to be spawned in there, but there's this little gathering in a tunnel in this game, in one of the areas in Kyoto where there's a bunch of these little tiny Buddha babies bouncing and dancing around. It's super weird. Kind of a shame that you're probably not gonna get to see it. Believe me, this speedrun unfortunately does not do this game justice in terms of the variety of things you can see in LSD. Especially in the areas where I immediately walk into a wall like there. So many things that you guys have yet to see in this, which is why I encourage you to perhaps watch a casual playthrough, play it yourself. The crystal again, huh? We are going to take a wall walk. One location I don't like being spawned out there. Not gonna lie, I'm here bobbing my head right now to this music. Yeah, this is definitely the longest category for this game. There's really nothing that you can do to make a category that would be even longer. Unless you wanted to do, like, 2 runs of 365 days back-to-back. Which I don't think I'd be looking to do, honestly. Boy, I messed up here. Okay, I think the waterfall is this way. Made a wrong turn, that's alright. Yeah, there's no true 100% for this game. It would just be impossible to track. This is the closest that you will get to 100%. Here again? Wow. They've been spawning me there a lot. There we are, okay. Had to get my bearings there for a second. Ship, huh? Oh shoot, I did not mean to take that. That's the water you're not supposed to walk into. Yeah, one of the creepier things in this game that unfortunately you didn't get to see and probably won't get to see. Because I think in order to get there, I don't think there's a spawn. There might be a really rare spawn that'll place me there, but for the most part, I'd have to get lost and wander there by mistake. But by one of the cliffs, there's a father and daughter standing by a cliff, and if you approach them, this giant demon comes out of the grounds or from the cliff and ends your dream. Really scary. It's probably the scariest thing, closest thing to a jump scare for sure. in the game. Slow down here. Because it's getting late at night, I don't trust my judgment on falling in the pothole there without hitting a sign. If I hit a sign, I get warped. Lion territory? Where is this? No, this isn't lions. This is by Kyoto. What side am I on, though? I think there's a cliff. No, that's a wall. That means if I go... Shoot. Oh boy. Might be a cliff here. No, it is not. I think if I go this way... Oh boy. This is a hard to navigate area. Okay, this is lion territory. Oh. Cliff, there we go. That is a hard location, because there's really no landmarks to go off of, and you might be like, oh, but Kyoto's a landmark. Yeah, but the problem is Kyoto is a box. So, there's 4 sides to it. All flat. It can be kind of hard to know what side I'm on. I've been pretty fortunate tonight, though. I haven't had many instances like that where I get lost and confused. So might have been a few of those instances. It's the major time wasters of the run. Parts like that. Parts like that where I'm kind of just placed in the middle of nowhere with nothing but trees to go by. It's kind of just instinct. It's just a feeling thing, knowing what way to go there. Here, I think if I go this way, could be a cliff right over here. Which game has an incentive for saving or killing bees? Wow, that's a rare texture for Happy Town. Looked like ice. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like we're gonna get the memory overflow glitch. It would have been fun to at least see it. If you think this game looks crazy enough now, it can look even crazier. I mean, I guess if you really are curious what it looks like, you could just check my PB/world record on speedrun.com. Just fast forward towards the end, like the final 20 or 30 days or something. And you'll notice that all the textures are just a jumbled mess. It looks kind of crazy. It actually makes it more difficult for me in some way because it's a whole new set of textures that I have to try and identify where I am. Come on. Please fall. Alright, we're really getting down to the nitty-gritty now. Where is... Okay, I'm gonna say I do not recognize that. Whoa. I guess I'll let you guys see it. For the sake of speed. Dancing teddy bear and rabbit. Just one of the many things that you can see in LSD when you're not speedrunning it. Oh no, I hit the railing. Darn. Fortunate. Oh, I got a good spawn though. Lucked out, because this was way faster than going where I was gonna go. Now we're getting a bad loop spawn. Alright, where are we now? There's a ship. Oh, there we go. Wait, no. That was the game tricking me, thinking that was a ledge. Totally not a ledge. Should be near one, though. Oh, there's that. That tells me that there should be a ledge over here. Whenever I see that giant tree, I tend to just book it in the opposite direction. And usually that works, but nope, this is a different spot. There we go. Waterfall, waterfall, where are you? There you are. Nice rainbow. Let's see if we get a happy dream from falling off the ledge and seeing two rainbows. We did. That was considered a somewhat upper dream. See, there's some kind of rhyme or reason behind this game. Can't 100% figure it out, though. Oh my goodness. He was ferocious that time. Tried the jump scares. Leaped right at me. They've been pretty tame tonight. I had to walk up to them and spend quite a bit of time, but at that time they came to me. Nice spawn. Very nice. Alright. I know you're all on the edges of your seat right now for the ending of this game. I just want to know in chat, and this is completely random, but maybe not that random. What is your favorite vegetable? It'll make sense. I want to see if there's any lucky winners out there that are in tune with LSD. You're excited for the disappointment? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to overhype this ending. I've been trying to temper your expectations. corn, carrots, asparagus, broccoli, spinach. Okay. None of you are the chosen ones yet. Where am I going? I'm not even paying attention. Goodness. Where am I now? Okay, I gotta go this way. Unfortunate. None of you are the chosen ones. It's a hint at the ending of this game, by the way. Now that I have your attention that the ending of LSD has something to do with vegetables. Helps set the expectations, right? Let me put it to you this way. What is the trolliest vegetable you can think of? The trolliest vegetable in 2019. What could it possibly be? I do love spinach myself. Actually, just the other night I made, there's nothing like fresh broccoli. None of that frozen stuff, none of that Chinese food takeout broccoli. Go to the supermarket, get yourself some fresh broccoli. You can make it different ways, but you know, pan-fried it. Put some minced garlic in there. I actually took some walnuts. Crushed up the walnuts, put it in there with the broccoli and garlic and olive oil. Delicious. And then I made some savory cabbage. Not no ordinary cabbage, you gotta get the savory. Then you chop that up. Cook the cabbage first, whether you want to boil it or you want to cook it in the pan with water, you know, whatever. Just cook it. Then you melt some butter. 4 tablespoons. 1/4 of a cup of heavy cream. And then a little bit of nutmeg. In a frying pan. Blend it up. It's pretty good. There are ways to make people that hate vegetables like vegetables. And I find that cooking most green vegetables with garlic is one way for sure. Ooh, don't tell me, game, you're gonna troll me and give me an infinite loop right at the end of the run. I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Would have been nice earlier, though. Ooh, my goodness, I think they are. Well, let's see, that's 3 in a row, right? Perhaps they'll let me go past number 4. Butter and bacon. Yeah, I'm not a huge person on bacon, but that does make a lot of things taste better, doesn't it? Broccoli with bacon. Amazing combination. A lot of places will actually sell like broccoli ranch and bacon together. Oh my goodness, it's... You gotta be joking me. This game just does not want me to get a freaking good loop. Interrupted by a tech stream. Tell you though, spinach with olive oil and garlic. I mean, if you have a person in your family that... Oh, there's Giant Baby Man making an appearance right before the end of the run. Oops, sorry, I didn't get to close it on his face. Brussels sprouts are great. Yep, Brussels sprouts. If you like barbecue Brussels sprouts, or... A lot of people don't like Brussels sprouts because they eat them like boiled in water or something, or steamed. You gotta try them when they're crispy. Alright guys, the final few days. Get hyped for that ending. I mean, well, you don't actually get hyped. Because I'm not joking when I say it's about 10 seconds, but at least you'll be able to say you've seen the ending for LSD. Oh man, this is not a good... I'll take it though, I think. Long, but I'll take it. Oh, that lag is unreal here. That's what I get for playing on a legit console. And certain slowdown in certain areas of this game is just so bad. Three more days. Nice easy drop. I wonder what the final day drop is going to be. I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's going to be a drop in the pothole in the Violence District. Second to last day. Ooh, nice and easy. Alright, let's see what the last drop is going to be. And get ready on time. Because time is going to be... pretty sure. Oh god, where do we time in this game? I think it's as soon as you drop in the hole. Okay, of course it's a really bad spawn location. Alright, we're gonna be coming up on time here soon, as soon as I fall. We'll do it when the screen fades. How about that, just to be safe. In 3, 2, 1, time. Here's that hype ending. Which vegetable will make the appearance? Exploding volcanoes?
Well, that was certainly an experience.
Eggplant. Dropped eggplant. Use your imaginations what eggplants and exploding volcanoes. That's LSD. Apparently eggplants mean good luck in Japan, so good fortune to all of you. Thanks to everybody that watched. Thanks to George for sticking around and, you know, helping host this late night or early morning for him run. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I know. What was my final time, by the way?
Your final time was 3:58:23.
Okay.
So I guess that's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. It's 12 minutes slower than my PB, but we didn't get a good infinite loop. But hopefully you guys enjoyed it. Definitely an experience. As you can imagine, quite the challenge to try and commentate this game for 4 hours, so hopefully you guys enjoyed it. And have fun with the next run. Thanks to NGA for allowing me to speedrun such a game, because very few marathons, I think, would allow a 4-hour LSD showing on a marathon, so thanks again.
I think this wasn't about the speedrun. This was about the psychological experience.
Yeah,
and
a lot
again,
of the things that come up in discussion, right?
I just want to repeat this, what Petey said, Petey or Peter? I actually never, Petey, right?
Pete is fine, Pete is fine.
Alright, sorry.
No problem, no problem.
Because he said something about, the game affecting you, so like, if you, after this, if like your, like, dreams actually, like, change, make sure to contact him.
Yeah, definitely get back to me.
Because you might have first dibs on the next video game, so...
Yeah, like I said, I had not had a dream for a very long time before I started running this, and then the first night I ran it, I had a dream. So if you have a dream tonight, even if you haven't had one in a while, contact me. I'd be very curious.
Also remember, if you do have a dream, make sure to immediately write it down somewhere. The human brain forgets about it immediately.
Yes. Oh, and by the way, the cutscenes that are playing here, they're just as gold as the rest of the game.
Yeah,
you're wondering what you're watching here. Anyway, I'll throw it off
to the next. It's a little bit
winner.
Monka but it'll pass. It'll pass.
Yeah.
It was great having you.
Yeah, thanks again. You guys
have a good day. It was amazing having you. Right, I'm just